Okay, we are back with more Disco Elysium, and it is Wednesday, my dudes. We can go to the new area now, which I'm pretty excited about, so I'm gonna head off in that direction right away. What's this?
All around you, rain falls on the great city of Rivershore. Rain drips from the eaves and floods the gutters, washing the filth away. The spring thaw must be here. The snow is melting.
What am I doing?
Looking up at the sky, cold water dripping from your hat.
What do I
Grey
see?
sky like great battleships, clouds colliding with one another. Rain falls down on the world. Humid, your coat shields you from the rain while the city shivers around you.
What is in the west, east, north, south? Motherfucker.
Sheets of rain over the water. A flight of stairs leading into the ocean.
Panic at the Disco Elysium.
Wave after wave washing the coast of Marstead, with its motorboats and gently swaying reeds. The ruins of a half-sunken sea fort crumble on an inlet beyond the Bay of Revachol. Ghosts rise into the sky.
Who are you, ghosts?
The skyscrapers of La Delta, the
Five cardinal directions.
Faint golden light seeps from the office windows. Will you ever go there?
Blood.
No, you are just one of the hundreds of thousands who watch them rise across the bay from Martinez every day.
What is down the shore?
Urban coastline, rain dripping off Eternite-covered roofs, cinder blocks left over from half-finished construction, a defunct research and development building once seized by revolutionaries. An old wooden church stands on stilts above the water. Coal City, end of all lines.
Run your fingers through your hair. Hair is an oily mess flecked with ash from neighboring coal plants. What is in the east?
The great gates of the industrial harbor are locked. A chill runs down your back. You shudder like an animal trying to shake water from its hide.
Shivers is kind of like physical inland empire. Clench your teeth.
Behind the gates, heaps of supply crates, red and blue metal shipping containers, slick with rain. The Greater Revachol Industrial Harbor is an artificial mountain range. Immense wealth resides within, and immeasurable poverty in its shadow.
Beyond
La
that?
Drusienne, King Dries passenger harbor. Cruise ships flanked by dock arms. Cranes watching over the mouth of the river distributary.
What's across it?
Couron, the lower middle class. Distributary after distributary cuts the city blocks in half. 7-story buildings trail off into the rain.
What
A
is beyond
silvery
that?
curtain of rain over the houses. The class divide.
Huh.
You have never been there. They don't need the law east of the river.
What's in the north?
Tower blocks crowd one another. 4.46mm bullets still lodged in their war-torn stone walls. Hallways collapse from the mortar hits of a war that was lost long ago. Clotheslines go to waste in the rain. Radios play. The morning news. A yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a woodshed. The
So glad I did that
lingering
thought that
odor
gave me
of
+3
decomposition
shivers.
mixes with that of damp soil.
What's in the south?
A traffic jam. Rain thrumming on the roofs of motor vehicles. Inside, drivers watch water streaming down their windshields. The statue of a king shudders. He too is cold. The canal bridge has been raised. The road ascends. A raised motorway loops above the ghetto. Beneath its concrete columns, a sea of rooftops, woodwork, and tar stretches northward. 4-story buildings as far as the rain can fall. The snows melt in Jamrock.
Where the hood, where the hood, where the hood at?
Have a brother in the cut. Where the hood at?
Okay.
To
Why
be
am I not there?
Martinez, where no one goes, at the runoff point of a long-forgotten canal, in the whitest part of town, in the shadow of the day the revolution failed.
What am I doing here?
Standing in the rain, looking north, where Jamrock Rock City stretches inland. In the rain-swept distance, above the rooftops of Jamrock, a repurposed silk mill stands perched above the motorway exit. Precinct 41 hunches in the rain. Your vision blurs. You wipe your face with your hand. The rain stings your eyes, making you look up and blink.
What's above?
Coalition aerostatics hang like apparitions under the cloud cover. Way up there, where rain forms, rotors flutter silently. Your sight clears.
Motherfucker.
This rain will not let up anytime soon. At least we are dressed for it. Let's keep moving.
Thanks, Kim. It's good to have you back, buddy. Yeah, I know, right? These guys are new.
A rusting control panel with
Then and pull the lever up. As soon as the metal connects against the contact pins, you hear a loud clunk.
The lock starts moving.
Appreciated they gate a big part of the city at the beginning, since there's so much to do on the right side.
All right, we can go to the coast now. Expect rugged terrain and drunks. And if you wanted to forge that document for Evrard, now you can.
Yay, orbs. Yay, money. I need to get up to 20 for today. I think tomorrow. I might be paid for today. I don't remember. Maybe there's something inside? Hey! I paid for today already. Okay. Magnesium, no! I need the other one. Remember to explore down there soon. Down, broke down the fence and the barbed wire. I try to avoid going in anywhere. I'm just here to get all my orbs here. Birds in the birch tree.
Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. The wind whistles through the skeleton of the small house behind you. There's desolation everywhere.
What happened
In
here?
this yard, someone thought they could have a summer house in a bloc obscur
Hey, Charles.
for cheap. It didn't work out. They abandoned it about a decade ago.
What's
A
that?
black bloc, a part of the city left unrenovated after the war, or one that has fallen to gang violence, or has become inhospitable in some other way.
On aerial photos, block obscures look like dark squares, hence their name.
It's part of the coast?
Practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drunks. Life is tough in the blocks. It's no place to build a summer house.
They left something useful
Yes,
behind?
for you to pick up as part of the Jamrock Shuffle.
It's not meant as nagging, just an observation.
We should move. I don't think we will solve the murder with forays into the urban hinterland, at least in this phase of the investigation.
I love the Jamrock Shuffle. So that only opened because of that? Smallest church. Okay, now maybe I can get the tape deck. Prioritizes containers. I love how you have the thought where you're like, yeah, containers contain things, and then Kim independently says, it makes sense, containers contain things. Footprints in the snow. First side of the boat has been tarred. Fisherman shacks. Quick travel. Oh, I didn't even know there was quick travel in this game. trying to get my orbs. Don't want to start doing any crazy dialogue yet. White curtains have been drawn shut. More money lying around. You'll have to see it. So if a container is highlighted in a different color, does that imply that I was only able to see that container because of another stat? Maybe it's spring. Okay. There's a ridiculous amount out here. Swallow circles above you. Mazout. Back here when it snows. A strange feeling. It passes quickly. Travel to the church. Does this stuff all show up on my map? Hold on. Oh, okay. I'm marking the locations now. I should try the Sealung check again and the Gaston check again. I'll head back over there soon. I'm safe from time passing when I'm just running around, is my understanding. Oh, this is something.
You see a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D. A slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago. Now, only a shadow of peeled letters remains. It says, tomorrow is just a whisper away.
Just whisper away?
Tomorrow never came.
Huh. Oh shit, I meant to do... Nope. Okay. Well, I guess I can talk to him. Hold on.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with. You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Heilostam. You must be Kim Kitsuragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize.
Watch this be like a 3-hour conversation.
Very rich in hypertext.
Nice to meet you.
Hypertext?
Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
Was that about the windows before?
Oh yes. So Mikhail, they had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall.
You guys know each other?
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers. Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into verbs lately.
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
Like
But I
drama.
assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in '08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why?
What?
Well, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language was named after its inventor, Victor Orbis, a cybernetician from Grad. They run Vox in the Occidental countries.
You look like someone who has money. Do you have money?
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building. What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Feld Electrical. And Feld, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
I don't think I've ever heard of this.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains. They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve, or should I say they were developing an ace up their sleeve? I'm mixing my metaphors here.
What was the
It was
ace?
here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer.
Maybe pauses for effect. Tape computer.
An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machines,
Or
possibly
this guy
bringing
has the
them to
path to
average
get the thing
consumer,
in the basement.
which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm,
A computer
Icy,
RPG.
and Zam, haven't achieved yet.
He assumes something like a combat stance, facing the wind.
He grins, admiring the sentence he just produced. I love it. And assumes something like a combat stance.
Indeed. What?
The revolution!
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes. Possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins. All of this was built by Feld, even a boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D.
Oh, Electrical built this boardwalk?
Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
Oh, sorry.
Pleasure
Read that.
wheel?
Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory. It's clear he would prefer there were a big wheel lighting up the coast.
Yes.
It's a great
To
line.
lure in their
It's clear he would
engineers.
prefer.
This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans.
One of the engineers.
Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
He means that the boys got shot by the communists. The boys were bourgeois.
He means they all got shot in the head because they were bourgeois. Do you know what the bourgeoisie is? Let's go with tape computers. What do the revolutionaries do?
They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out.
I like this
press
guy, so I don't want to
the
like
most notorious example being Le
upset
Decret de
him.
Mars. What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year 02.
A short-lived legislative foundation for a short-lived utopia.
It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bon Baiser dans ce Lind. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention.
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book, already forgetting about this part of the discussion.
How do those tape computers work?
Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking tone of the century.
Yeah, exquisite is an example of someone pronouncing an English word in a weird way, presumably on purpose.
Buckle up.
10
Buckle
years
up.
ago, I did a little
Thanks, Encyclopedia.
freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wompty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje.
The
It
Wompty
raised
Dumpty
a set of
Dum
questions,
Center?
And we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Guy Jews joined the team. Trying to...
Wait, did he just say Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center? He did it. He said Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center. like it's the most natural thing in the world.
Hey, thank you, Herb.
What the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Yost?
Okay. What are you talking about?
The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Art. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to...
Kim, is he making this up?
In fact, I'm not.
Thought gained. Oh, I haven't gotten a thought in a while.
It's a place you can visit if
Cool.
you're ever in Redefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center. But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing.
Made of black film and folding tape structures.
Cool. I've seen cooler things than that.
Very, very cool. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to this precious device. But so they did. The Feld playback experiment vanished into the fires of '07.
The Feld playback experiment.
Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the Feld playback experience, but those are incorrect. Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside
He's
that
the,
building.
the main Wikipedia editor.
But of course, what else?
Hold on, I want
No,
to
thanks to you
start
for
this.
having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Pick your brain.
Pick your brain. Yeah, I was like,
If
what?
anything, this was rather one-sided. He did the talking. Whatever.
I want to unlock this thought. The Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, because I don't want either of these thoughts, I don't think. It's Wednesday evening. Something heinously exciting is underway. People gather beneath the building roof. Oddly shaped trophy building. 29-year-old Wundertons, Guy and Keith Yost, are the stars of the show with their bomber jackets and white sneakers. It's the Wumpty Dumpty Dommiest event of the year, and all the cool kids have RSVP'd. RSPV'd. What the fuck? What is that? Okay. So it gets a pretty fast research, so that's nice. We finished talking to them.
Hello. Isn't this a fine morning?
You look like someone who has money. Do you have any
I
money?
do have some money, yes, but that's not what's really important here.
No, I mean, come on. You need the money. If it's not a thing, he can give you some.
Could I have some of that unimportant money
Oh
then?
no, I don't have it on me, officer. I was talking in more general terms. I'm just spending time with my kid here, showing him around the lesser-known parts of our hometown. It wouldn't be wise to carry huge amounts of cash on such expeditions.
I want to hear about the Feld
What's on your
building.
mind? But of course.
Okay, I have to do that sometimes to clear out someone's dialogue, like I want to ask about X again. It's empty now. Fed. Ooh, so much money lying around here. Alright, I'm gonna try to get back into just looking for all the orbs and trying to get everything uncovered on the map, since that doesn't involve time, and then I'm gonna try to go through this place systematically. We're gonna go way over time with this Elysium. My wife Andrea is going to be just fully vaccinated, so she's traveling to New England for her mom's birthday next week. So maybe I can do like a super late Disco Elysium marathon stream. Filled with bullet holes crumbling. It's almost impossible to get a fire going this near to the
That
ocean.
patch of reeds over there, it's a great place to hide something. Kind of out of the way, being so close to the water.
Can't see anything interesting.
You don't have a reason to,
Yeah, I agree.
yet.
What is this
Nothing.
about?
Just a hunch. The hunch passes, leaving you there, by the old boy bobbing in the water. Time to go.
Bowie bobs in the water. It says number 11. It's one of those games that I wish that I have certain friends that would not enjoy this at all, like Andrea. That's like I wish I could teleport into their brain and like give them what makes me enjoy Disco Elysium, you know. For Andrea, it's mostly just that the hassle quotient is too high for her to get to the good stuff, I think. Just generally pretty fair though. Hey, more real.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked
Whoa.
wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Wow, this is from observing other bullet holes? Something's definitely gone down here.
Correct.
Yeah, I have to consider
Density of
doing a
the
directed
bullet holes
playthrough
is
with her.
unusual. Even in a general average bullet hole frequency in Martinez sense. Grim affairs. Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see these days.
Why
The
not?
manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need to retain some humanity in this world.
I think I have visual calculus gear. Let me check. Office shades. I think I have a permanent penalty to it as well.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the
58%.
corridor, unable to piece together the big
I'm
picture
dumb.
just now. There's a hole in their hypothesis. The scattering of bullet holes looks like one giant smile.
Of course, I take the damage after I heal.
Smiling its deadly smile, laughing at you and the world and the living.
Hey, thanks, Artie. Appreciate that. What's this new interact thing? Okay, we gotta get that boombox later. Alright, cool. Who paid money to park here? We were talking in Discord recently about, like, visual novels, and how I generally don't care very much for visual novels because they rarely, like, make the argument for why they should be a video game as opposed to just being, like, an anime or a TV show or something, right? Or a literal book. And it occurred to me that, like, Disco Elysium isn't that far from what a visual novel ought to be in my mind. I mean, it evolved from CRPGs like Planescape Torment instead of as a VN, but, like, I would love to see more games that are like this, where it very much needs to be a video game to work, you know? +2 logic, ultimate peak focus. Okay, well, keep in mind that we have that. Yeah. One of these can be made in a basement. One of these costs millions of dollars. Yeah, I would agree. And the lack of the costs millions of dollars is a lot of what annoys me about visual novels, is that they're not very precise much of the time, you know. They'll take 20 hours to tell a 3-hour story, and other media... I might need to click to get through here, this is weird. Other media, because it costs money and time to, like, fill pages or roll film, you know, there are external pressures to get you to edit things down you don't have with visual novel video games. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. New skill points. Nice. I think it turns out that, like, the VNs I like best end up being walking simulators, and I think it's just, like, the small additional pressure of needing to, like, create environments that the character has to walk through maybe add voice acting or very minor gameplay elements, adds that pressure to edit.
Winter, slow to let go of Revachol. Flecks some more
Never heard of it
snow
before.
from above. The snow falls lazily, making the beach sand paler still, mixing with the rust-colored sewage runoff. And to think, it seemed as though it were already spring.
I feel like if you wanted to try to get an established author to like branch out into making art in a different medium, making a video game, like this is the game you want to show them. Disco Elysium.
You're warm in your hat and your coat, like a well-equipped explorer.
Ooh,
You
we're doing this
comfortably
again.
survey the white landscape.
What's in the west?
More winding coastlines lined with abandoned buildings, crumbling piers, salt water lapping at their dark piles, grey and red forgotten city blocks, what remains of the pre-revolutionary effort to gentrify the coast. The waters turn black, Coal City in the shadow of San Martin, a boom town, back when coal extracted from countless shafts near the city was needed to power Revachol.
I'm gonna run, but it feels like the inverse of this game.
No more. The coal was supplanted by petroleum from the ocean floor and hydropower from the Esperance. Everything crumbled. These days, only the weakest remain in Coal City. Their hopes of getting rich linger in the defunct shafts under their feet.
What is there?
Below the old mines, L'Océan Municipal, Revachol's underground cemetery. La Petite Ra braved the underground passageways. Le Royaume, where the Philippian kings were interred, with their doctors and their admirals. Mausoleums, burial chambers, leaf gold still remains on the double door of the morning.
So Shivers is a skill just like, in case you decided to play as a full physical character, you'd still get fun little insights like this that are usually coming from Inland Empire or Logic or Rhetoric or Encyclopedia
Children
or whatever.
under 14, they go underground looking for artifacts to sell to foreign museums. And for fabled relics, their parents let them. They go deeper.
I'm glad this exists because I was like, man, you know, I'm really enjoying the intellect psyche playthrough, and I kind of want to come back to this game off stream and do a max physical, everything else is a dump stat playthrough. But I wonder like how much you would miss if you did that as your first ever playthrough.
After rubies, Melchiorite, lapis lazuli, plundered from Safre and Seol during the time of the suzerain. In the burial
Interesting,
chambers of
Ern.
the kings, Grand Old Philip, Guillaume II, and even in the mausoleum of Philip the Opulent. 2 kilometers underground, in a winding shaft along whose walls mirrors have been placed, so that daylight may eternally fall upon the richest of all the kings. The mausoleum contains untold quantities of
Like
gold,
the Frisson
and
skill.
that special, purest of the pure magenta cocaine, favored by Revacholian royalty. How can it be pure if it's magenta? Snow falls, and there is no answer. Some things are not for mortals to know.
I love it. Logic asks a question of Shivers, and Shivers gives a great answer.
Few Petira return from the shafts. Even fewer find what they're looking for. A small child steps out of the black tunnel with silver trinkets in her pockets. All around her, white snow on the extinguished coke furnaces and on the weather-worn shacks where fathers beat their sons after drinking. The snow melts on your fingers, turning to water.
It's in the
The
east.
canal you crossed to get here and beyond it. Martinez proper, the district the police forgot to police. There is laughter, lights,
And the furnaces run on
attempted
trucks.
entrepreneurial activity, cynicism. Someone is scraping snow off their windshield at the roundabout, in the midst of which a statue of Philip III serves as a destination for grade school field trips and a fine perch for winter birds.
That's all?
Like all monuments, it's also a warning. 6-story ruins on the south side of the roundabout cast a long shadow over the profligate king.
All monuments are warnings. Huh.
A fenced-off yard. There's a truck belonging to a logistics company parked next to the gate. Bright light from a building behind the fence reflects off its hood. Clean white light, coming from the windows of a clean, cube-shaped office building hidden amidst ruins. A secret.
It's in the north.
The abandoned church, one of two remaining stave churches, which were collectively called Les Sept Sœurs. The other 6 sisters were destroyed during the Revolution.
And further
A
north?
serpentine strip of land weaving its way into the Martinez Inlet. Unfortunates on the run from the law, from themselves, sometimes hide out on nearby islets. Little dots in the ocean that are occasionally submerged when the tide is high and the weather foul.
And on the
The
islets.
remains of a camp on a jagged piece of rock, a tent, old dishes and cutlery, long since abandoned. A hermit crab scuttles among the debris, looking for a new shell. Further out, the lights burn bright on Resurrection. Way beyond Martinez, a popular spa destination for ample-bodied Ozon kids with equally ample pockets.
And on the other side of the inlet?
Then there's Ozon, but the snow falls too thick. You cannot see that far. The Bay of Revachol, vastness, great depth, over 1,200 meters at its deepest. Water air brinier than here. It is crisscrossed by huge cargo ships bearing company logos. Wild pines, Zam, Mauryan, and at the farthest reaches of the Bay of Revachol, the shadow of the coalition warship Archer, on perpetual patrol duty, ready to unleash artillery fire if you were to rise up against the market. You shudder.
It's in the south.
The raised motorway, 881, separating Martinez from Jamrock. Vehicles whoosh past one another day and night, while those who reside in the labyrinthine alleyways beneath the motorway attempt to carry on with their lives in the snow and the slush. And south of the 881 is the Pox.
Like slush, like snowy slush that's on a road, that especially like near a highway where cars are driving, and it's like this gross brown color. It's the nastiest thing. It just makes me feel sad whenever I see it.
Was once a park, a place for reflection and recuperation for the patients of the old military
The
hospital.
gunk of
In
humanity.
the 20s, it was used as a quarantine center during a measles outbreak that killed many children. Most everyone has avoided the hospital and surrounding park ever since. The Pox is completely wild now. Evergreen thickets covered in snow and industrial dust. Feral dogs and even wolves roaming in packs. The police try to keep the deepest corners cordoned off. Heavy drug users do slip through and hole up in the old military hospital, hoping to find something to get high on among the hastily abandoned supplies, or just to overdose in peace. A line of motor garages with armored carapaces hunched in the cold. A mechanic is hard at work, patching up bullet holes in the side of a Capri 40. These are the garages of Precinct 41. Snow settles on the roof of the repurposed silk mill. It serves as your station. Shivering RCM personnel hurry in and out of the main entrance. Around you, the snow continues to fall. To the west, the ocean swells.
No, it was home. I want more.
The stairs descend to central Jamrock. A man named Cooklove has a snow-covered stall there, in the market across the bridge. He sells kebab infested with fly larvae to your colleagues who believe eating it will make them immune to food poisoning.
No.
Snow falls on the utility district, the library, the florist, the Sarah Mauritian restaurant that offers homemade wine, and also on the brothels and drug dens, and the chop shops of the Zemlyaki. All of this built around a lake that formed in a meteorite strike. At the center of this lake, there is a little ship. There are lights at the bottom of its hull. They are lights directed toward the seafloor, looking for something, like whiskers.
For what?
A chill comes over you, crawling down your back. The sand under your feet is wet. Somewhere in the south, tarpaulin flap in the wind.
What's above?
More coalition aerostatics. Occasionally, lights flash as they maneuver through the falling snow. One large airship carries crates in its belly.
What's below me?
Layer upon layer of sand poisoned with industrial runoff, the storm drainage, hidden bunkers, rats scuttle.
Did they write a book for this? That's cool. Tell me a secret of the sands, Win.
Someone stuffed a big old polar anorak into a concrete pipe under the boardwalk. It would keep you warm. You would probably never happen across it. But who knows?
Stomp your feet for warmth.
We should keep moving. Who knows when the snow will let up?
This book was written before this? Okay. Yeah, I was going to say that the main writer or writers have to be professional authors, because I haven't seen much like it in other games. Been most places with orbs. Let's see. I keep talking about it, but it's just a skill set that I don't have, and I don't know like how you develop it to like make these connections or these observations about human behaviors and just like put them so poetically, you know. Back at you from the rust-colored water, you. A kick drum pulse. The music is coming from somewhere on the ice. Really? School of fish huddle around the fence posts and scatter in the dark. So the way I think about it is that as humans, we all have this kind of natural intuition for all sorts of phenomena, and it's a rare gift to be able to articulate your intuition for some specific brand of phenomena and describe it to other people. And there are many, many areas in which I can't articulate the way I feel about something, and it's super frustrating. So I wish I could let you teleport into my brain for a second. But when it comes to human feeling and subtle empathetic human emotion, the authors of this game are really good at articulating that. Feel the shadow of a very large building fall on you. Oh, this is the church. Yeah, I know, right? I'm nowhere near it. I felt this way about Jerry Holkin's Tycho from Penny Arcade for a really long time. I'd read his news posts and laugh and be like, God, I wish I could talk like him. It's taken a lot of patience to do this. No, there were a kick drum coming from the ice. Tribalistic markings. Post is covered in little humanoids.
A pane of Eternite has been planted into the snow. 2 poles are holding it up. Barely holding it up. It could fall over any minute. A stronger gust of wind might be enough.
What is this?
It looks like a makeshift bridge. Could be convenient.
Push
The
it
pane
over.
falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
We should ask that girl on the ice what's going on here.
I can do that in a second. Someone's home away from home, just like yours. So much orb XP out here. Kim, have anything new to say when we're out this
Yes.
side? No. Okay. Hey, Benedict. Don't kiss me. I guess I'll talk to her. She's on an edge.
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s, kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh, hello there.
It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. She must be freezing.
Where's your hat?
Huh?
You should have a hat
So she
on.
do.
I should, and I do. I don't have to do anything. I am the law. You have to do what the law says.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
You should wear one too if you plan on staying outside in this weather.
Yeah, well... Look, man, fuck the hat.
Red check, regain authority in her eyes. Is that kind of language necessary?
I'm sorry I said fuck the hat. I was concentrating on something else. My whole family swears and it rubbed off on me.
What's your name?
Estelle.
Her hair is dyed blonde, with dark roots showing. There's a coarseness to her features, some masculinity below that timidness.
And your surname?
Why?
Why indeed? Forget it. I'm from the police. It's for the paperwork.
Okay, it's Burger.
A very common name.
What's that device you have
This
there?
is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still. Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone.
It's a contact
The
microphone.
contact mic records sounds from inside things, like this ice.
Your mangled brain would like you to know there is a boxer called Contact Mike.
Any news on my wife's name? How about my mother?
No. You're welcome.
I love that you're welcome. Does it have anything to do with Contact Mike?
Yeah, I record stuff with it.
No, I mean the boxer Contact Mike.
No. This is a contact microphone. It's for recording inside solid objects. Contact mic just beats people up.
Contact Mike doesn't just beat people up. Contact Mike is a role model.
An entire litany spews forth.
Oh, God. You heard right. You should try to be more like Contact Mike, a successful athlete and an inspirational figure who has overcome social, physical, and mental obstacles. On second thought, screw Contact Mike. He's not a champion. You are. Look at you here in front of a saggy tent, picking your nose to drug addict music. The world of sports is in awe of your faith and dedication. Oh, yeah.
Man, you are one weird cop.
It's about your lack of respect for one of boxing's greats and for yourself. I'd say I'm just about normal. Now about that Mike. Not Mike.
What is it with you and this Mike guy? Okay, if it floats your boat, I'll be more like
Oh, it's a new
Contact
thought.
Mike and less like me.
Self-respect is not meant to float any boats but your own.
I'll keep that in mind for future use.
Hold on. I want to start doing this right away so that the time can start ticking. All right, let me... How does
The
that thing
mic?
work?
I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. The book said it only picks up structure.
Getting all these thoughts again. I haven't been getting thoughts in a while. Where'd
Babble.
you get the mic
Same
from?
place I got the recorder from. The Palaceum.
Elysium.
Oh man. You haven't been to the Palaceum? It's the coolest place in this whole drug-addled shithole. It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock. Musicians live there, like real musicians. I once saw Arno van Eyck.
So if there's a flat red continue button, does that mean that there could be a skill check there, but I don't qualify for it with my current stats for it to even roll?
Thinking about it really cheers her up. It's a long way from here, though.
I noticed I only just recently started getting, like, physical shivers checks because of that shivers bonus. Who's Arno?
Oh yeah. Guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck. Or really be a Palaceum going kind of person.
I get down.
I don't know what that means.
I grind.
I don't know what that means either.
I have concrete evidence that I rock. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Get down? Grind?
She breathes on her fingers. Looks like she doesn't know what to say.
You're right. Time has deserted me.
Sucks, man. Was there something else? About the contact mic, perhaps? Okay.
That's it for
Okay.
now. I want to research the Contact Mike thought. The litany of Contact Mike. Oh, Wompty Dumpty Dom is almost done. 2 minutes. All right. -1 logic, -1 conceptualization, -1 drama. Research time 15 minutes. Time once again to return to the 20 things you like to say about Contact Mike, the boxer who is apparently a paragon of open competition. Doesn't get any better than this. Stop. Point to someone. Someone in the distance. Point your finger at him. He will point his finger back at you, vaulting an impassable gulf of finance and privilege to talk about Contact Mike, apparently.
Hello again.
What are you doing?
Recording, I guess.
What is it you're recording?
I think I'm recording cracks in the ice, but there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that will sound.
What happened to the headphones?
My boyfriend sold them.
What for?
I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
Everything checks out, sire.
Breakthrough imminence.
The musicians in the Palaceum used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling.
It's cool.
Crazy sounds like that. It's hard to explain. Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be, like, a music place anyway. I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
She looks at the recording device, the thing she thought would fill her hours with joy and escape. It's turning out to be an empty fantasy. She feels childish, very useless all of a sudden.
Take this, you're called.
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck.
It's okay.
Now, this is where a hat would come in handy.
Yeah, maybe you were right about the hat.
I don't want to give her this hat. I guess I did just save.
Thanks.
Okay, hold on. I will give her the bum hat. So I didn't think I could... Whenever it says conclude, I can't, like, leave the conversation and come back to it. I don't really need the reaction speed.
Hello again. Record. I think I'm recording. I don't know.
Everything checks.
The musicians. Anyway, I don't really.
She looks.
No, man.
It's okay.
This is where a hat
Yeah,
would come in
maybe
handy.
you were right about the hat.
Give her your hat.
Thanks.
She puts it on. It's a bit large for her. You said it's supposed to be a music place. What is?
That? The boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really not going to be a Palaceum, that's for sure. Yeah, Andre and the guys, they're inside, in the tent.
And why is that?
Why are you freezing out here while the boys are
They've
inside?
got too much stuff crammed in there. No room.
Stuff like
Music
what?
stuff mostly. Like this tape recorder, but bigger. And there's piles of it. That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Doesn't matter. I can take the cold. Go ahead.
Legendary empathy. Gave her a hat. More like Contact Mike now. Let me pop out real quick and get this thought.
Wumpty Dumpty.
What the fuck is this?
You're at home, stupid cop. Not with the.
Oh my
art
god. Okay,
You
let
hate
him
them.
talk.
Everyone hates them. Even they hate themselves. It's nauseating. An industry built on sprezzatura and sparkling wine. And, let's be honest, tax evasion schemes. The Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center is the heart of this unholy symbiosis of aesthetics and tax optimization. And now that you've internalized it, you can have a piece too.
This is the ultimate thought. This is the game-ending thought right here. Encyclopedia Passives gives you plus 10 XP and plus 2 real. Like, what? All right, so I kind of want, I've never done this before. I kind of want to do a ridiculous Disco Elysium challenge run of like trying to get to day 3, minimizing wastage of encyclopedia passives to get this as fast as possible. What the fuck? Yeah, I love the -2 suggestion for pretentious wanker. That's a pretty significant penalty to suggestion too. Damn. All right, I'm living it. So, okay, so the guy we talked to is basically the encyclopedia skill NPC. I wonder if they came up with an NPC that represents every skill.
again.
Do I have an empathy item here? Hold on. -1. Yeah, I don't think so. I know, right?
Hello again.
The device is cold to the touch. An angular Omicron logo adorns the yellow plastic cover. Underneath, you see a reel of tape rolling. You put the device back on the ice.
Tell me more about this music
It's
place.
supposed to become like a club for anodic dance music.
Yeah, that's
like that
freaking
new
nuts.
style of synthesizer stuff they play at the Palaceum.
I think I burned a couple encyclopedia checks out here before I had like I think she had one a little bit
Except that-
ago.
Yeah.
That was a Contact Mike one. That's okay. I'm not going to stress out about it too much.
The floorboards are twisting, and the shooting beams are slowly cracking, like bones. Far east of the Golden Delta, beyond the industrial port, there is a black patch.
Yeah,
of
that one and the
ghosts
conceptualization
with
one both get
smallest
plus 10
creatures
XP per
on the
passive.
ice. There will never be a club for anodic music here. Not in a million years.
It's fine. This game isn't... Oh, that was another realization I had about Disco Elysium recently. I'll wait till we are like running around looking at orbs to share it. What is anodic dance music?
You know, anodic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments.
Like what?
Synthesizers and tape consoles. Microcomputers too. Anything that uses electricity, but isn't guitars. Also found sounds, stuff like that.
You see clear, beautiful, violent flashes of light. Light cutting through a smoke-filled darkness. That is what the future will look like, if it ever comes.
So you want to turn the church into a club?
I know. It's not my idea. Andre and the boys found the place. It was supposed to be deserted, but now they can't even take it. Hey, don't get me wrong, but you're cops, right?
I don't know where you got that idea. Why do you ask?
Okay, well, maybe you could talk to Andre and the guys. Because there are some strange things going on in that church. If you're police, you should look into it, right?
Sure, I'll talk
They're
to him.
inside that thing there. Would be cool if you did. Was there something else? Go ahead.
Yeah, so the realization I had, I've been working on this like 3.5 hour long RuneScape video essay that's very nearly done. And part of it I talk about how RuneScape is really, really complicated, but it's not complicated in a way that's stressful. Like, it's like the most complicated traveling salesman problem of all time, where like you can't sit down and optimize perfectly which order you should do the activities that you eventually need to do in RuneScape, because there's so much to do and so many variables between each step that no person or computer could ever really come up with an ideal meta. And as a result, when I pick up a game like RuneScape, it's freeing to play it. I don't feel the optimization paralysis that I usually feel, because I know that it's an unsolvable problem, right? And it made me realize that Disco Elysium is like that as well. I was trying to understand, like, why does this game not stress me out, but Persona stresses me out a shitload? And I think it's because Persona feels like it ought to be a solvable problem. Like, you should be able to know, okay, I need to get this skill before that skill, I need to do this check before that check. Like, it's bounded enough that it appears to be doable. And Disco Elysium is just so ridiculous and has such an enormous volume of skill checks and orders in which you can do things that it's just, you couldn't do it. Like, I don't even know if there's a community that sat down and tried to figure out what's the max XP playthrough, right? Like, that would probably take months of people working together to figure out exactly what it would be. So anyway, sometimes overwhelming complexity is a good thing in a game. It's a way for the developer to tell you, don't worry about this. Like, we have set up the game so that you're not intended to try to find a perfect path through it.
The tent is just
And it helps that Disco
fabric
Elysium doesn't
covered
have
with a
like
pile of
a turn-based
stuff. The
JRPG
flap is open.
50% of the time that's
Inside,
influenced by
3
the skill
young
checks that I
men
just
are
succeeded
listening
on.
to some new form of music. It's like nothing you've ever heard. One of them looks at you.
Come on, get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out.
Yeah, I think in order to not feel overwhelmed, you have to like break through that membrane when you realize, wait, it doesn't matter. Like this game is too big. It's not actually going to affect whether I'm going to be successful or not, you know? I'm not going to soft lock it because I picked the wrong choices or got skills or thoughts in the wrong order.
Sorry, you barely have room for one.
Yeah, exactly, Aki. I describe it in the video essay as like, with RuneScape in particular, it's like you take the traveling salesman problem, which is you have all these dots on a map, and the salesman wants to visit each dot exactly once. Like, what's the shortest path you can draw that touches all of the points? And like, that's hard for humans to solve, and it can be hard for computers to solve if you have a ton of data points. But imagine that also the traveling salesman had to account for how much gas is in his car and what time of day it is, and like the working schedules of each of his customers and the interests of each of his customers. Like once you add that level of complexity, it becomes an unsolvable problem algorithmically. And because it's unsolvable, if you're the salesman, you just go, I'm just going to hit up the doors in some random order. I don't need to think about it too much. Maybe I can do some minor optimizations throughout the day, but I don't have to feel like the whole thing has to be solvable. And Disco Elysium feels like that for me too.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this.
Oh, Kim.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquents.
I'm
love
sure
Kim.
you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
Hey, Litany of Contact Mike. I want to back out to get the thought. Maybe it'll let me once I walk in. Yeah, exactly, Like, Persona's time limit is stressful because the reason I struggle to optimize it is because I have missing information. I haven't played it before, so I don't know, like, what the actual tolerances are in the system. Oh, shoot, I can't. I'm trying to select this thought. Can I do it with the mouse, maybe? Here we go.
The litany of Contact Mike. 5,000 to 1 ranked outsider. No one saw it coming. The mantle of a game changer demands intangible qualities. Fights are not won. You're thinking instead of doing detective work right now. Fights are made, blow by blow. Let's take it, Mike to the Mikey. Some low-intensity part of you has entered a sports cliché-driven fugue state, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. Also, Mike knew what it took to win. He just wanted it more.
It's actually kind of unfortunate because I think I had already unlocked almost all of the white physique checks. I've been waiting to like get buffs or something to do that. That's okay though. It was fun just for the thought. Well, I guess some of them unlocked now. The barbell, the dock worker, which I'm surprised that shows as white because I don't think he's still in there. Oh, I can do that shivers check. More of these unlocked than I thought. Okay. He gets so into thinking about this boxer, he's ready to take on all physical checks again. Yeah. Nasal spray.
A young man with peroxide blonde hair holds up a Harman Walshi tape player, nodding along to the music. He looks at you with a knowing smile and says, as though you're supposed to be sharing some tremendous evangelical secret.
Hardcore!
Say, is it?
It's hardcore!
You're just gonna keep saying it's hardcore, aren't you?
Skibber D, skibber danger. I am the rearranger.
Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think?
I love this game. Solve the Egghead puzzle. What? Get 2 signatures. There must be some way to talk to this person. You haven't found it yet. It's definitely not about signs. What if you try again? Find your way out of this maze of things to say. Just say hardcore. Say hardcore back to him, right?
The young man with the tape recorder acknowledges your return. When he looks at you, He squints as though you were the setting sun.
This is hardcore.
Say nothing.
Hardcore!
Still say nothing.
Hardcore is a mega. Internally coherent.
Do you know who killed the mercenary hanging behind the Whirligin Rags hostel?
Good morning, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yekokata, the place to be.
Why is this Yekokata the place to be?
Yekokata is a hardcore place.
Yekokata
Hey, money
is
gained.
an abbreviation from the Gradian
Oh, I love it.
term
I'm gonna be rich.
Zone of Ecological Catastrophe, an agricultural mega-project in the extreme southeast of the Gradian Isola. It involved cutting-edge approaches to irrigation and a completely new type of fertilizer. An intricate system of irrigation networks.
What do we think is the mechanism by which you gain real whenever you have an encyclopedia check?
Fluttering in the wind. A pair of molten rubber boots also comes to mind. All in all, a truly hardcore place.
Back to the heavyweight jam. Hardcore! Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. All core! All right! Yeah!
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime invisible movement of the music. In
Remembering
the
all
very
this trivia
air
contest
of
winnings.
Hardcore! Ah!
He lets out an agonized roar over the feebleish, obviously not too hardcore beat below. So
Is it
hardcore. Is it though? He stops dead in his tracks. I was just thinking that a moment ago.
But is it? I mean, really?
He tilts his head like an
Feels
owl.
like you should reply with the very pinnacle of idiocy here, so that things get totally transcendent. But you haven't gotten there yet, so you don't know what to say.
I was thinking that
I am the
too.
mic enforcer. I am the chick's checker. Yeah!
This guy is amazing. I'm gonna spend so much time here.
True, hard, full, core. Hardcore! Yeah!
This young man adds a capital G before the H in his yegs and args. This produces a guttural, Gotwaldian accent and makes him sound more animal, more in it. Or maybe it's not Gotwaldian.
Hey!
Maybe it's Oranese. Probably an homage to Oranje, where Arno van
It's a
Eyck
tax
is
evasion.
from, judging by his name. Could you be listening to an Arno van Eyck creation right now?
I love that they actually made this into this like hellish dialogue tree. Yag!
The Y to the E to the A 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 to the G to the H to the exclamation mark. Yeah!
He missed one A.
Missed an A there. I yelled mine with 6 A's. You missed an A there, but that's okay. I'm a pretty lenient cop.
I'm the hard rhymer, the track attacker, the mic enforcer, the sixth checker. I am the law. We're close.
We're gonna spend all of day 3 here.
Hard, full, car, hardcore. Yeah!
This young man adds a... Or maybe it's not Gotwaldian.
This is the famous. Let's
The
do.
what? Yeah!
He missed one.
It's nice
I'm a
to be
lenient cop.
important, but it's important to be nice. We're true, hardcore. Yeah!
This young... Or maybe...
You know about him?
Sound doesn't come out. His eyes are the size of saucers. He rendered him speechless.
You know Van Eyck?
A major Egghead.
Wow!
The
Egghead.
skinny wraith looks at you with some disbelief.
So am I.
His character model does have hair, yeah.
Oh, is that why they call you Egghead? Because Egghead to the mega, the K became the G, the boy became the man.
A 30 Rock joke?
The Advent?
Werewolf bar mitzvah. Spooky,
close.
scary. Boys becoming men. Men becoming wolves.
True, hard, full, car. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega.
All
Here
right.
comes the night. We're close. True, hard, full, car. It's hardcore.
I don't know what to say to that.
Skibber danger. I am the rearranger. We're close. True. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Here comes the
I've already gotten that one tapped out.
To Andre.
True. Hardcore. Hardcore is a mega. Internally coherent.
Although I was wondering if you knew who killed the mercenary.
Hardcore. All right.
What are you
Gotta
doing?
Get the people going.
Why?
I'm the party boy. It's my job.
What is a party boy?
Hardcore party 25/7 beyond the winter's orbit style.
There is a place far away.
This guy is a source of encyclopedia
beyond a
checks.
certain latitude, known as Winter's Orbit, where there are 25 hours in a day. It is a tremendously cold place, abandoned to drunks and failed rock stars, full of eternite, depression, and half-finished ski-flying hills. The Suru live there.
We're close. True. Hard. Full. Car. Hardcore. Hardcore is a mega. Internally coherent. All car. All right. Gotta get the people going.
I see.
Yeah. Request. I want everybody as close to the stage as possible. We're close. True. Hardcore. Internally coherent. All car. Gotta get the. I'm the party boy. It's my job.
I think I'm also a party boy.
True on the track. Watch your back. Watch out for the heart attack. We're close. True. Hardcore. Internally. All car. All right.
He furrows his brow.
Hardcore. Ah.
I'm a little worried it
The
isn't.
question is, what is the question?
Just answer the
But there is
question.
No question. We're close. True. Hard. Internally. All car.
He furrowed.
Hardcore. The question is, what is the question?
Would have been good if I had asked you a question, but I didn't. Now it's just
But
idiotic.
there was a question?
What the fuck?
We're close. True. Hard. All car.
He furrows.
Hardcore.
Error, seek
Is
less.
it though?
I was just thinking that a moment
One
ago.
mind, one spirit. There's no other world. There's no other life. We're close. True. Hard. Internally. All.
He furrowed.
Hard. Is it though? But is it? I mean, really?
Question. What is the question?
No, but seriously, I'm a bit worried it isn't.
The skin on your back is crawling. For a second, you can't even hear the music anymore.
Get chills from the fact that the guy who says things as hardcore stops believing in
There
it.
is a hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint
What?
Germain, right next to the canal.
You said you were worried. What do you think is wrong with the music?
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm still in love with the hardcore.
He turns
Sometimes I
pensive.
just feel like anodic music is in its infancy, you know? For example, take this Arno van Eyck jam I've been pumping for the last months, and will continue pumping for the rest of 51. Isn't something holding it back from being hyper? It's like it's only ultra.
I think it's super hardcore, but you're right. It's not hyper hardcore.
This guy's your average KMFDM fan.
If anything, it sounds a bit proto, like it's not fully formed yet. You might be a moribund alcoholic and a failed cop, but you are pretty certain a thing cannot be both proto and hardcore.
It's proto.
Wow! Culture cop!
Alter Cop. Il Capo del Art. I got as an
I
achievement.
think you might be right. But how could it become hardcore then? I know it in my heart, but cannot sink it in my head. If this is not hardcore, how could anything be?
I would say this is my favorite conversation of the game, but that's a lie because I've had like 10 favorite conversations of the game. Wait, I just remembered something. I'm the police. Try to think if anything could make it harder core.
What? Guys, there's something happening in his head.
Think even harder.
Oh yeah! He's doing it!
But you're not. This is almost certainly a matter that surpasses the limits of reason.
Oh, I love that sentence. My imagination fails
I
me.
know! So does mine!
I thought the question was, what is the question?
No! This is the answer!
I just remember something. I'm the police. Me being the police isn't going to help us. Actually, it's more likely to hinder us.
Uh-huh. Oh.
Need something extra. Maybe your body can tell you what Arno van Eyck's jam is missing to make it harder core. Expert on hypnotic music. I'm gonna completely fail this.
No, that would be silly. Your body isn't for thinking. It's for robust, wholesome things. Things like discus, javelin, and 400-meter earthquakes.
It's too bad I didn't try this before getting that contact mic thought. It's okay.
Did someone say disco?
Horrific Necktie wants to try again. Alright. Hold on, I think I have... Do I have physical instrument gear? I might. Yeah, I have this tank top. Have anything that penalizes it?
The large-headed youth.
Good morning! Yeah!
42%.
Pump it up!
Nope.
No, that would be silly. Your body isn't for thinking. It's for robust.
Did someone say disco?
Are you a thought reader? Oh no, I gotta get rid of this thing. Okay. Does that mean you're a thought reader?
Don't be a lunatic. Of course he isn't. Jermaine here just yells random things. Odds are, sooner or later one of them will come off as thought reading.
Yeah! Revershon imperative!
Unless you were thinking Revershon imperative right now. Anyway, I've had a similar thing happen with Eggs yelling. I know what you mean.
You're right, I wasn't thinking that.
Hardcore superstar!
Are you a communist?
He's not a communist. It's just something he likes to yell. He picked it up from a tape jockey at the Elysium. She was a communist, though.
Yeah! With a rebel yell!
Why aren't you a communist? Communism is the
I
truth.
could be a communist. If you want that, do you want me to be a communist?
Please don't turn him into a communist.
Oh yeah, turn him into a communist. Come on.
Be a communist, Egghead. The future needs your help. Path is too hardcore. You guess he is a communist now. Fantastic. I know, right?
Communism rules the nation.
Right on, Comrade Luminary.
Here comes the sun.
Is your real name Jermaine?
Hardcore.
Basically, yes it is.
Why are there lungs on your belt buckle?
Lungs are for love.
Why would lungs be for
When
love?
Dolores Day was anointed innocent, her lungs started glowing through her body. For the world loved her, and she loved it back. Yeah!
0.00002% of communism built.
Why wouldn't they be? Are the lungs not the place where you hold the breath of your soul?
I
Really?
think so.
The lungs are where you hold the breath of your soul, aren't they?
Holy gaily.
Alright, I think I'm gonna put a skill point. Let me get rid of this keys pop-up if I can. Okay. I'm gonna put a skill point into physical instrument here. I can only put in the one. Alright, that's fine.
The large-headed youth.
Good morning, comrade! Yeah!
58.
You know it in your lungs
Hey.
where the pressure should vibrate. In your heart that's alone. And in your solar plexus
Oh,
where
it's just,
they
it needs
should
more
land.
bass.
So does every caudate animal.
What?
He makes a sudden move like he's about to turn the volume down, but that would be ridiculous. Good melody is what makes a song really stick.
Wow, okay. We should start with the melody. But where would we get that stuff from?
I'm not going to become sort of a nautic cop, too. I've got enough capo types already. Thinking you
I'm
would know.
sorry, I don't know anything about hypnotic music. I'm just the party boy. I get the people going and say it's hardcore.
He feels ashamed he can't be of more service to the future of dance music.
In an official capacity, it's up to the police to make the beats go harder.
The young man falls silent with appreciation.
Big
He
Fat
even
X
tries
Jam
to contain his
hardcore.
smile, as if it could hinder your investigation.
Basically, what you need to find here is a tape with some banging music on it, so that Egghead could use it to remix Fan 8's Jam.
Yeah, maybe that street hawker across the pawn shop has got some tapes to sell. That's just an idea.
There is a hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gislain.
This one
right
again.
next to the canal. A reel of magnetic tape is caught in its branches, like bronze ribbons blowing in the wind.
I've been there.
Oh, I know! I know this! I can tell you where it is!
St. G is the boulevard before the canal bridge. The one that takes you to the whirling in rags and the industrial harbour. It's got the lanterns and the...
I knew that! I could have said that!
and the mosaic sidewalk.
But it's all blocked with that stupid traffic jam right now. Anyway.
Does it?
Anyway, that's all yours to
Interesting.
figure out, Copman.
Copman!
Okay, let me pause before I give him this tape. Because I think I want to listen to it anyway.
Good morning, comrade. Yeah!
Tape! Yeah! Spins the tape until the space escape! Yeah! Communism forever!
It actually made him communist. I love it. Okay, so I think that this church is a sad song. I need to go get the boombox. I've got all this money, effectively have all this money now. Care of this new thought. So I'm gonna head back to the east side really quick, try to complete some more skill checks. See if I can get the boombox so I can listen to this tape. We gotta come back, we gotta focus on Egghead. This is more important than the murder investigation. Let's be honest here.
You stop mid-step and put your hand on a garish necktie.
That bottle, Bratan! Just look at that bottle!
Where? Bottle
In
of what?
this drunk's hand, on the pipe there, glowing blue, a mysterious, otherworldly blue, filled to the brim with holy mysteries.
What do I do
Oh, I
next?
think this is about so much more than cool. Please go talk to him. See what it's about. I'm drawn to it.
We'll talk to him in a second. Okay, I can't get in here. Good. Ooh, new pants. +1 to Kingdom of Conscience. Moralist pants. Ooh. They're unremarkable. In other words, perfect. Brown khakis, exactly. Thought I could fit down there. Very nice. Hardcore, yeah. So I think the tape they were talking about is one that I already... Oh, is this my... Finally get my gas here? Hey.
This is it. The scene of the party.
The Shivers hint it gave me about the tape. Is that the tape I already have, or is it another tape?
And empty bottles all evidence it.
Do you mean scene of the crime?
Not as such. I'm talking about what came after the party scene.
A lot of folks party
Looks like
here.
they were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided.
I should bring the bag back out so I can pick up bottles again.
Like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain.
Got a couple party goers
Looks like
here.
it.
Is this party against the law? It's probably a public danger.
Hey, let's keep moving, detective.
Somehow, he doesn't want to dwell on it.
Diesel canister. It is the fuel oil. Fantastic.
A banged-up motor carriage lies half submerged in the icy water, slowly sinking into the Insulindian Ocean. Only the cabin top, rear wheels, and the engine remain visible. It must be cold and lonely down there, in the icy water.
Or car.
The seawater has already started to corrode the metalworks. Remember the tire tracks in Martinez? This is where they were leading.
This is where the tracks are leading to.
It appears to be so.
Let's investigate. We don't have time for traffic
I
hooliganism.
agree. We should definitely investigate.
You get a sudden sinking feeling. Stomach acid comes up as you look at the motor carriage in the deep, dark, cold water. Why the doom and gloom? It's just a sunken motor carriage. Some motor carriages are bound to end up in the sea.
Hand over the
The
metal.
motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. Getting it out would require a team of specialists. A single day in the salty seawater would ruin most vehicles, but this one looks worn even in places the salt water hasn't touched it.
I see a logo.
The logo is too deep in murky water. You can't make it
Monkfish.
out, but you do see a monkfish float by.
How long has it been here?
Ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
What should we
Let's
do?
wait for the low tide and see what's inside.
Great idea. Then we can get the things inside. The joyrider must have left something good inside. Guns, papers, maybe a cool jacket. A joyrider jacket. A joyrider jacket. You feel a strange connection to this joyrider. Maybe he's from some kind of joyriders district and likes blue and white racing livery, like a cop would.
How long will it take for low
I
tide
don't
to come
know.
in?
An hour or two, tops?
As you sit down in the old rusty playground, the world around you becomes very silent.
That wasn't too bad
The
in terms of
hinges
time.
creak under your weight, dangerously so. Nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like
whistle a
distant
tune.
laughter. Ice cracks around the blue motor carriage in the sea. The tune on your lips forms a strange yet undeniably beautiful contrast with the surrounding bleakness. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance, then, still looking straight ahead, he joins you with a higher pitched and
Aw.
slightly more melodic trill.
And Kim are whistling together.
Two birds on a wire, whistling by the seaside, looking at the water and the sunken car. The wind blows.
Friendship is
In
magic.
the distance, behind the church, some vagrants are having an argument over a bag of tear they found in the reeds. Further away, a flock of seagulls lands.
And I'm glad I passed the
The
check.
clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. 30 minutes have passed. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
Sit on an anthill for an hour or stand in a river of leeches?
Well, Historically, leeches have been used to prevent and even cure many ailments.
I get so excited now whenever there's a blue passive check, because there's two things it could be that would give me XP. Come on, encyclopedia, know things about leeches.
Okay,
Fuck,
he's thinking.
rhetoric.
I can do
Wait, there's another
this.
one.
Let's do this. Who'd want to sit on an anthill? There are no therapeutic benefits to...
I can do this. Let's do this.
Well, napalm ants, for example, are used in some rites of passage rituals. Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city. 30 minutes pass.
Decide the strikers or the shipping company. Who would you choose?
Luckily, I am already a member of an independent organization, and therefore do not have to choose between a rock and a hard place.
Someone puts a gun to your head?
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived. I find it odd that you haven't. It's a Coupris, Model 40.
Yes. Why haven't you?
It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men, government offices, firefighters, animal control people. You know, those kinds of people.
Is that a number?
Yes, 41. What do you think it stands for?
A precinct.
It's as if he knows what it stands for, but wants you to say it. It's pedagogical.
Thanks, rhetoric.
Does he know something about the driver of this vehicle?
Tommy 41, the morning host of FM 41. 41 is his rank in the underground street racing hierarchy. Small fish, this one. Stupid factory.
I'm sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry.
It's my car.
41. Precinct 41. A massive pit opens up in your stomach, and the most terrible feeling comes over you. No. Just no. Say no to this, Harry.
No,
yes,
no.
your car is in the sea. Face it, so we can start dealing with this.
It's just a
The
coincidence.
lieutenant just shakes his head.
Oh my god, it's mine. I drove my car into the sea.
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you started in front of the whirling, jumped over the canal, and then drove your vehicle in the sea right here.
Things were going so well. We were just whistling
You can
merrily.
still whistle. Besides, the night is always darkest before the dawn.
Oh, thanks, Kim. The badge, the gun, now
The
this.
lieutenant adjusts his glasses and doesn't say anything. There is also a fourth thing you've lost.
Fourth thing?
More precious than the gun, the badge, and the motor carriage combined. Lost forever into the deepest of seas.
That's dark. Is it my wife? Not going to take me back after this, are they?
People are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly.
I can
That
fix
is
it.
very unlikely. All the electrics are toast. That goes for the electromagnetic steering and brake systems as well. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few months, there will be nothing but rust left of this vehicle. It'll be cheaper to buy a new one. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish this.
This is a disaster. Couldn't even pay a hostel bill.
Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles in addition to my kinema.
This was 20% of the station's vehicular budget.
How do we get it
Detective,
out?
We don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable at this point.
Just gonna be there
I'm
like
afraid
that?
it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it might be salvageable, but overall, this machine is a write-off.
Maybe I was in pursuit of
whom?
someone.
I don't think so. If anything, you were probably drunk.
At least we can see what's in there now.
Yes. Let's go take a look.
Find the traffic hooligan. Well, that mystery is solved. Is it my badge? Commander's jacket. Well, that's exciting. portrait looks nothing like me. A younger version of you, already disintegrating inside, but still presentable on the
A police
outside.
badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is stuck to the back.
At least something good came out of all this.
Study the
Encased
badge.
between two durable plastic sheets is a bluish card with lines of information and a watermark in the shape of the street grid of Revachol West. You see a photo, a name, a rank, a document number, the date of issue, and, in the lower right corner, your precinct.
Look at the photo.
Man keeps winking at you with his green-grey eyes. The photo is old, no doubt about that. But the badge is new. You used an old photo for a new badge.
How
8,
old?
maybe 10 years. The guy in the picture is rather good looking. He's got a nice haircut and is distinctly lacking in massive sideburns.
He's
What do you
winking?
think?
Why?
His face is already contorted by the expression, although it looks less grotesque on him than it does on you now. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light. You see lines of information on it.
Harrier. That's long for Harry. So you are Harry. Evrard was half right. Probably not a lot of people know your full name. Whoever told him you're Harry Dubois didn't.
Her name is Harrier.
It's a wartime name. Revolutionary. The kind mothers give their sons during troubled times. Like Undying or Boxer or Ironhide.
A name like armor.
Harrier it is then.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, Harrier Dubois.
He's not going to call you Harrier. He'll keep calling you officer when he's angry with you, and detective when he's not. The
That's
badge
cool.
in your hands shines.
Rank?
Lieutenant W. Freighter. The lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant. The title of Freighter is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're W. Freighter.
Interesting.
There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's decomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors, out of respect. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank, in your case, lieutenant.
Heavy-duty case-solving machine.
Decomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol citizens' militia. It means counting down to twos.
Come on, Encyclopedia, now's your chance.
The countdown
Yes!
is modeled after the dual leadership system employed by the left during the revolution, which in turn was developed by last-century experimental psychologists in the University of Königstein.
The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, and then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kings.
Inks.
Kings like satellite officers and the additional freighter rank I already explained.
The long and short of it is, you're his superior.
Been putting up with me because we're the same rank?
No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you are doing good police work. It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
He smiles
He
encouragingly.
trusts you, for now. Try not to spoil it.
I thought my rank was drunk.
Yes, apparently you've had a rather successful career in the past, and this leads me to believe maybe your current situation is only temporary.
That gives me hope.
Good.
Such a small yet precious thing, expensive paper caught between thick plastic, like a fly in amber. It reads,
I love that. Serial.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in there for good measure.
the numbers are not there for good measure. They have an administrative purpose, one that's unfortunately been erased from your memory.
7th of November, 50.
4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter. A new badge usually comes with a new rank.
Is the freighter
You
thing
seem
real?
to
I've never
have
heard of that
been
before.
Doing well, then.
You're pretty sure you weren't doing well, but better? Probably yes. A lot can happen in 4 months, especially in winter. The winters are never easy on you. Of that you are sure.
I remember that time!
The tie around your neck feels tight suddenly.
That was a good time! We had a good work-drink balance going! What happened, man? Pump it up!
Precinct 41?
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41. Like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor. A lot of asphalt. The 41st is... it's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is.
It's no wonder you are like you are, he thinks. But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiaeva. Roberts, Feuerbach, Dimitri. Suddenly, names from your decomptage flash in your forebrain.
I'm so excited for encyclopedia checks right now.
The
Like,
badge in your hand
every
shines
conversation
as you
is
rotate
just some
it.
anticipating
Light.
one.
You see lines of information on it, and a shining watermark.
Beautiful. Commander's jacket. This one gives me shivers. This one gives me visual calculus. I'll take the shivers bonus, actually. May as well equip this too, since I'm not really struggling with logic checks. Oh, the shirt looks ridiculous. I already have a bunch of penalties to authority. Alright, I got my badge, so that unlocks a bunch of stuff. There's a lot of stuff I want to do back over the river, so I'm going to cross it again real quick. Open this with the... Guess I'll know. Well, no, the flashlight can sometimes highlight extra orbs, right? Jamrock Biker Cop sunglasses? +1 empathy. Feel the streets. Leave the reason behind. Can I see what this looks like? Oh yeah, I look amazing now. Okay. Switch to that when I have an empathy check. I know there's a couple sitting out there. I think I'm going to try to do all the white checks on the right side of the river. There's a couple people I want to talk to. I feel like I can start spending money more willy-nilly now that I have a good, somewhat permanent source of it. Sell me some tapes, dude.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Persuade him to give you some money. I think I have rhetoric here. Maybe not. Do I have anything that's penalizing rhetoric?
Everything's still cool here, officer.
No need to dress this one up.
I want your money now. Because I'm corrupt?
Aye, officer. Aye.
Are you trying to ask for a bribe?
I'm not trying to ask for a bribe, dude. I'm sorry. I had to get the key thing to go away.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Do you sell any tapes?
Tapes? You mean like music tapes? No, music is out. Don't listen to music. I sell extremely cool sunglasses. If you want to get your mojo going.
I have no idea whatsoever where I could find tapes.
Tapes are everywhere. They're worthless. Kids throw them in the trees. There's one in the bushes.
Music is just a fad.
No one would ever throw a good pair of high-quality plastic sunglasses in the bushes, mister.
To the west, dark brown ribbons of tape hang from the tree, flowing in the wind. You should have a look. It's better than nothing.
Come back. And we're talking about the same tree here.
The hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gislain.
This is the one, okay.
Bronze-colored ribbons of magnetic tape are caught in its branches, fluttering in the breeze. Just like promised, you've stood here for what seems like eons, guzzling the sickly fumes of lorries and carriages.
Soft nature. Good Hawthorne. Okay, I'm wondering if doing that gives me another roll, so hold on. I think I have interfacing. Alright, no penalties to it at least.
The gnarled hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gislain,
Nope.
like an immaculate labyrinth. The magnetic tape twists and turns around the branches. You just can't get it loose. All you've done is make your fingers bleed from the thorns.
Good Hawthorne.
Patting the tree reveals a small sticker which has almost been worn to oblivion. It reads, RCM Emergencies Desk, number 8102. Underneath a slogan, Mankind, be vigilant. The gnarled hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gislain. A wintry breeze blows.
That was an interfacing check, I think.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Food packages have humanitarian aid written on
You
them.
mean these delicious pre-packaged shelf-stable meal kits? Really easy to cook, no hassle, really cheap too. Buy some, try them out.
No hassle. There's a little of a hassle here, it appears. A moral hassle.
Doesn't that beat the idea of humanitarian aid? It's supposed to be free.
It is practically free. Yours for 5 cents a piece. Rock that tuna. Why not some macaroni too?
One said not for resale on the
No
packaging.
problem here, officer. I get all this from one of my suppliers, an extremely reputable guy.
Wait. Humanex. Humanitarian aid.
Does your supplier drive that lorry over there?
What?
He's never seen a lorry in his life.
A convincing performance. Bravo.
Look, officer, I'm just a retailer. You'd have to talk to my supplier if you got questions about the supply chain. That's how the game works.
Interesting.
We'll need more if we're going to pin this one down, he thinks. Good questions, though. Sharp eyes, officer. It's for show, my liege. He knows you need more than this to bust this guy. Later, perhaps.
What kind of stuff are you selling? Oh, I get another chance at this. Humanitarian aid macaronis. Nope,
No
not
need to dress
83%.
this way.
Oh, okay. Sorry, detective.
What kind of stuff are
Only
you
the
selling?
coolest goods in Revachol. I've got sneakers, speakers, extremely comfy pants too. Try them on right here. No shame, only freedom.
Is there a discount for cool officers
No
like me?
need for discounts at ceilings, officer. Everything's already on sale.
Is that how that works?
Anything you want, 50% off.
But did he first mark them up 100%, just so that he could put them on sale?
Are they really on sale, or do you just jack up the price
My
first?
man, you know how the game is played. You and me, we should work together. What do you think? Shake things up?
Where'd you get those comfy
I'm
pants?
an entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources, buyers, suppliers, distributors, manufacturers, wholesalers, all extremely cool and above board.
You have a permit to sell all that?
Good joke, officer. Here we don't have permits, just economic freedom. Take a look around.
You glance around the decrepit buildings, the miserable weather, the sidewalks strewn with sunflower seeds and a dust-choked air.
It's beautiful. Beautiful freedom.
Is it true he doesn't need a
It
permit?
is, yes. Anyone can set up their shop whenever they feel like it.
That's right. No permits, no bureaucracy. That's why this city and its law officials are so cool.
What are we doing here if there are no permits?
If you wanted to be cynical about it, you could say we are here to protect the interests of property holders. I am not, however.
My man, officer, you make all this possible. Without you, This climate would be extremely bad for business. You're part of the Gossamer State.
It's the Gossamer State encyclopedia check?
Gossamer is a fine, filmy substance consisting of cobwebs spun by small spiders, seen especially in autumn. It's safe to say he's referring to the near absence of regulations.
This is cool. I'm part of a hip, thin, almost non-existent state apparatus. Cool guys protect businessmen while everyone else lives in ruins. I can think of cooler things. An officer of common anarchy.
Yeah, cool ruins. I get to sell quality goods like these by cutting out the middlemen. You don't have to rebuild your house, live in a crater, or in a tree. Where can you do that? Only here.
You're pretty sure you can live in a tree elsewhere too, but he wouldn't believe it anyway.
Anything for you.
Where are you from?
It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All Revachol.
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samaran Isola. Apricot Suzerainty calls to mind an era when the Seaguy archipelago was colonized by Revachol. It's a bit of a slur, in other words.
I didn't mean to say that. I meant to say that you're from Seaguy.
Very cool. I admire your awareness of our intertwined histories. It's super nice of you to apologize for colonialism, but the Apricot Suzerainty is a shithole. That's why I left.
It's super nice of you to apologize for colonialism. I don't know why I'm talking about this. It's some kind of mind reaction. Point to your head. I don't want to say you're welcome.
If you say so, officer. I don't worry too much about politics. I'm an entrepreneur, you know. Whatever's good for business is good for me. The shine on these sunglasses.
Stylish shades, huh? They'd be even more stylish if you paid for them with net worth. Go over and ask him. These are all boring. Boring. Those UV
Done this
stickers
before.
These are all first-rate sunglasses.
Abort. These are hideous. What's...
Damn, officer. You look like a mega secret.
It's going...
Done this before.
You are definitely not buying those.
Are you sure?
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them. They're the star of the show here. You should go over and ask him about paying for those sneakers with your net worth.
Like the speakers.
These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable Faun Ultras atop them. A small heat emboss on the veneer reads, "Solidarity Aid from the People's Republic of Samara." The speakers themselves don't seem to display any magical qualities.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers
Poor
are
little
the stars
speakers. Does anyone want those speakers?
These, officer? These speakers are Samaran garbage. I'm ashamed to even use them for props. Don't waste your time on them.
Samaran
Hey.
trash. That sounds like they're from the Samaran People's Republic, produced under the dictatorship of the proletariat.
Can't I just buy the sad, conquered Samaran
No
speakers?
way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk.
That's why I want them. I think I might be lo-fi socialist junk
No,
myself.
officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you, I've got the best on sale.
I want the speakers.
Well, if you want them, but see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the
Ooh.
speakers for little extra. 50 cents?
Damn, so you have to buy the sneakers first. These A small heat
No, don't.
Poor little
No,
speakers.
don't pity them, officer. These are old Samaritan
Don't
cars.
pity them.
Don't even look at them. Check out these super cool, fun ultras instead.
Samaran trash. That sounds like they're from the Samaran People's Republic, produced under.
Definitely going to be a good use of money to finally buy that here.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
There are clothes inside.
Don't be shy. These are premium.
How
Discussed
about
this with him
some
before.
premium class service over here? Like paying with net worth. Go over and ask him if you can do that. Save the economy. That sounds off.
Save the economy? What are you talking
Haven't
about?
you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash, keep it in circulation. Don't buy new things. Buy eco.
Doesn't make sense. Why exactly does the economy need
Look
saving?
around, officer. You see all these premium goods just sitting there, not getting bought? We've got to keep the flow of goods moving. Is this really the economy we want to leave to our children?
I don't have children, I think.
Too bad, officer. Kids make it all worthwhile. Without kids, who's going to be around to enjoy the economy? Don't let me stop you. Open the box and browse a little.
Browse
Find
through the
your hands
box.
deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places. The box smells like cat piss or like an old person with no money.
Economical, but also trendy. Look firsthand. Buy secondhand. Keep the economy moving.
Find something worth salvaging from that pile of rags.
Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek. A windbreaker. Surf, it says, but also wind, summer, 100% waterproof, and sport. All in different typefaces.
All in different typefaces.
Practical, and yet it may deaden your senses to the world around you. Possibly because of the awful typeface.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
I want the
Better
windbreaker.
prepare for springtime, right?
+1 composure, -1 shivers. Hey, it's a 90s coat. Fantastic. Alright, try to remember that I have a composure thing now. Sunglasses, speakers, sneakers.
Everything's still cool here.
Nothing yet from this guy. Oh, can I buy some of that
Everything's still
food?
Cool here, officer.
No hassle. There's a
They're very delicious and shelf-stable. You can
Pop into the pawn shop real quick. He's got a boombox too. Boombox can change the
boomboxes
world.
wait on the shelves, and your boombox, that gold and amber Harmon Waushi, stares at you longingly with its tape-reel eyes.
I want to buy that boombox.
And here you are. Quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything, wherever. Turn any tape into a conversation of sounds and shapes. Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Boombox can play this tape, right?
Of course. It's in working order still, isn't it? Just pick your tape and set it spinning. It all starts with the tape.
You see rows of toy soldiers.
It's all done. I think I might be done in here then.
All the old boomboxes are there, blinking and waiting to whirl. All but one. Yours.
Probably going to put a point in interfacing here to try to get that thing down again. I still have to go paint on the wall too. Now that I finally have the brush and the paint. Tape player. Allow you to play audio tape items and blast music into the face of unsuspecting strangers.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reel's attached to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is routed behind the magnetic reader.
Press play.
You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing.
Press your ear against the
It sounds
speaker.
like someone's moving in the room, getting comfortable. Then the organ starts playing a simple, melancholic tune, echoing in the hallway. A lone singing voice joins in, telling you about the tiniest church in Cessons, surrounded by even tinier yard. You almost feel the seaside mist on your skin. It's mega sad. Within seconds you know, this is the one, the real shit you've been looking for. The one you trust your room to that Claudia told you about. Perform it, a click.
Love that Inland
Then
Empire
silence
wants
for
you
a
to do
bit.
karaoke.
Then the tape stops spinning.
Did I sing this for karaoke? I think I could
Of
sing
course
this.
you could sing this. You could take sad to a whole new level with this. And you already know the lyrics since you've listened to it like a million times. Yup, they're all here. All 3 verses.
Thank you, Encyclopedia.
And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it. Only one obstacle stands on your way.
I need a speaker.
Gart. You have to convince Gart to let you sing karaoke in the whirly. After you've won him over, you can express yourself. Let the pain out. Make everyone understand.
It's like one of the first quests you can
The
get, huh?
lieutenant looks at you as you remove the tape from the boombox. He doesn't say anything.
So hardcore. Let's see. I do still have 2 skill points. Interfacing, right? No, I keep checking this every time, but I can't keep track of what my best stats are.
The gnarled hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane. A wintry breeze blows
Nope,
like an
failed
immaculate
again.
labyrinth. The magnetic tape twists and turns around the branches.
Uh-oh.
You just can't get it loose. All you've done is make your fingers bleed from the thorns.
Yeah, this is the final cut. Call
Inside,
again.
You see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Still no word, I'm afraid, sir. I know it must be frustrating. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? 57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see
Later. I'm gonna stop really quick at Frita. See if I can sell my extra morale medicine and maybe get some healing medicine. I think I asked this before, but I don't remember if anyone gave the answer. Is there anything that's safe, completely 100% vendor trash, safe to sell to the pawn shop?
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
So that's pretty cheap if I need it in the future. I have a bunch of postcards, which I assume are safe to sell, but maybe there's some random NPC that's like wants me to collect all the postcards or something. So I think this guy is super suspicious.
Right to work! Right to work!
What's it to you? No, don't.
The man has turned his attention.
Pissed off Kuno. I got a legendary Shivers check I want to go attempt real quick. Andrew and I were cooking yesterday, and some oil popped off the pan and burned my eyelid. So if you see me doing this a lot, it's... Don't want to get a burn on your eyelid. Don't recommend it. At least it's my eyelid and not my eye. No.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die?
Should be able to get a couple more points into that, right? There's... Oh, I guess I'm already wearing the shirt. Shoot. Do you have anything that's a penalty to Shivers?
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for...
A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated. For a moment, it almost feels as though you're outside the building, exposed to the atmosphere.
You failed a physics check. Hit your eye when cutting peppers.
Didn't we already talk about this?
This isn't technically the Doom commercial area.
What are you talking about? My address is exactly the same. Rue de Saint-Guilain 10.
No, the old coal plant that used to be here was subsumed into the new venture. Its ruins swallowed up. Yet it has a different address in the heart of the city.
Used to be a coal plant. You're in the chimney of another building.
This doesn't make any sense. Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where is this coming from? You're right. I should take a trip to the roof once the snow is gone. Does it mean that I'm safe from failure?
Don't let her become complacent. She still needs to ward her soul against the evil forces.
No one's ever really safe from failure. What?
Do you know what this is?
A lucky charm? Regular piece of jewelry.
A mourning ring. I made this when my first company failed. It was a small jewelry shop right here in the East Delta Commerce Center, built with the little I inherited from my parents.
Commerce Center instead of commerce.
I drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable business plan.
Are you telling me this?
It wasn't just a jewelry shop either. I always thought that it was just the world you were supposed to try again and again until you finally succeed. And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney?
I'm sorry, I don't know what to say. It's entropy. Coincidence is all that safeguards us. Don't call it a dump, you made it nice and cozy here.
Or maybe it's the entire world that's cursed.
Yeah.
It's such a precarious place. Nothing ever works out the way you want it. That's why people like role-playing games. You can be whoever you want to be, you can try again. Still, there is something inherently violent even about dice rolls. It's like every time you cast a die, something disappears. Some alternative ending or an entirely different world. But anyway, thanks for sharing your theory,
Various world.
officer.
Temporary research bonus. All red checks fail. Research time 4 hours. Point of the game is victory. The absence of defeat on all fronts. Victory in business ventures and creative undertakings. Victory in love and over other people. Political victory. Even sexual victory. How do you not lose? Oh man, I'm out of skill points and I need to spend some to get that tape. Oh, have I maxed out my thought cabinet? Uh-oh. Okay. Well, there's certain ones that make sense to drop because, like, Contact Mike doesn't have any ongoing effect, right? Try to avoid red checks for a little bit. No, never. The most powerful thought. That one and the conceptualization one. You don't want to be a pretentious wanker. Find a super pry bar. Watch the karaoke be a red check. Got my badge now, dude.
Again? I can't believe this shit. Not even a...
He's trying to protect you. Okay, yes, you get the joke. Leave it at that.
Neither can...
It's a mere second, but it feels like... It's not my style, he thinks.
Yeah.
As if waiting for some kind of reaction.
Neither...
It's a mere second, but it feels like you...
Okay, why not? Let's do the old thing up. You think he was hanged as a cover-up? Okay, I don't know. Oh my god, there's...
Yeah, I guess there's nothing new here. Maybe there would
Yes. What is it?
be. Are we or are we not from the same police
God
station?
damn it, you leave her alone. Keep your weird bullshit to yourself and be professional for once, for fuck's sake.
Can I actually help you with something?
Yes, of course. Preposterous. I mean, you would remember if they were, right? Who forgets their squad mates? That's not possible.
I need to sing karaoke now.
No, you don't. It's not happening.
He tries not to look at you. It's dangerous to acknowledge the karaoke man. You need to approach this situation logically. Ask him why he has the PA system installed if you can't use it.
Look him in the eye. Johnny Law is about to tear it up sad style. This is my way of apologizing for the trouble I've caused. Please let me say I'm sorry.
It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of 44.
What happened in 44?
A lot of people got killed because some arsehole wanted to sing karaoke.
It's for your clients.
Okay, yes, it's for some clients.
Me then. I'm a real client. I've paid my bills. I have the right to use the karaoke machine.
Well, we don't have any tapes. They all got stolen.
I have my own song with me.
The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape you've just given him. He begins to frown. Hard.
Fine, fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my hair. I'll plug it in for you. Damn this karaoke machine.
I'm having it uninstalled, he mumbles to himself. Oh yeah, time to do the damage.
It's going to be Inland Empire. I'm going to guess it's Inland Empire. Oh, the neck is also Inland Empire, that makes sense. This feels right. You belong here.
The stage is all set up for your performance. Feels silent. You can hear the pellets creak under your feet. You feel a little dizzy, a little unsteady suddenly.
So, are you ready for your thing now?
No, it's
Let me know
red.
when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
I have to come back later, but it's drama. I guess that makes sense.
Immediately, a loud feedback noise startles the room. You feel like an amateur. How are you supposed to hold the mic? Should you just sing into it? Where should you stand? Hands. Where do you put your hands?
The hand conundrum. Too close to the mic. Well, I don't want to give him the tape just yet anyway. Hold on. It's my quick save. Because I might need to use it for the hardcore guy. And else might need to be as far as I go. I think this was before I handed it to him.
Can I help you?
Oh, I guess I've already turned it in. Alright, well, I'll come back later then. Once the red check thing goes away.
Oh, hello, dear.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimpled lock.
Hi again, Gendarme. Bye-bye, Gendarme.
What all can I do here? Gaston, the container door. I should go do that. I can actually do the sleeping dock worker again because he's gone. Okay, let's do Gaston and the container, and then we'll head back to the west side and try to get more stuff. I gotta burn time for this thought to complete, so I'm not auto-failing red checks. Get that sandwich.
It is such a pleasure to see you again, officer.
I think I have rhetoric stuff, don't I? Apparently I can't keep track of this for shit.
It is such a pleasure to see you. A man so principled about his sandwich calls for a principled approach. Too late. Daddy's already fighting the bad fight. Make it stick.
There isn't anything else I could say?
You're gonna starve to death.
Back to police mode.
Right.
That keys pop-up bug is kind of frustrating. Alright, let's go talk the container door open, because that's a good use of my time. We also have to paint the wall, that's right. I feel like I'm forgetting something. We got nothing with Call Me Mañana.
Hola, Wandering Man.
Come on, there you go. Why would I collect bottles and sell them when I can just make encyclopedia checks constantly? It's a ridiculous amount of money for it, too.
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it's despite the dirt that surrounds and trails you. A beacon of light emerges from deep within you.
Is anybody in there?
The door stands silent.
Satisfied, detective?
Try again.
There's someone in there I'd like to talk to you.
Just like that, you hear a click, then a rattle. Some mechanism unlocks itself inside the door.
What's Kim gonna say?
Ahoy! Come on in!
Mega rich light bending guy? What?
You can't be serious.
The smile disappears. It's like he doesn't want that to happen, right? Because it's like... No, don't encourage him. What the fuck?
The man
Wow,
stands
there's
at the
a
far end
effect there.
of the shipping container. It's hard to say anything more about him. You cannot make out any of his details, but you do feel the overwhelming presence of capital.
The overwhelming presence of capital?
The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers preparing for review. Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions. It seems the laws of physics do not apply here. They are suspended, distorted, and echo. Trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm. Don't think about it too hard. In the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
Hello.
Welcome. Come in. Make yourself at home. Sorry, I'm not better able to receive you. I wasn't expecting visitors today.
You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says. It is very strange. An overwhelming hum covers everything. Voice doesn't escape from him.
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
Sharp summer suit and yacht shoes. Who are you?
Am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question for such a long time. I don't meet a lot of people outside my circle these days. Anyhow, my name is Rustam Diodore, investor, license holder, and extremely high net worth individual. And you are?
Mr. Diodore, I am Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi of the RCM, and this is my partner.
Oh, I can give my name now.
Pleasure to meet you, Harrier Dubois. I must admit, the name suits you very well.
You're a rich investor, right? Can I have some money? How'd you become so rich?
Oh Lord, not this again.
What's the matter, Kim?
Oh, nothing. It's just that we've got this murder to solve, and yet you go around asking everyone about money. And every time I ask, are you sure this is related to the case, you say, sure, Kim, I think it is. And yet, it never seems to get us any closer to solving the case.
It's quite alright. I'm used to the question by now. To be blunt, I inherited my fortune from my grandmother.
who herself was an extremely high net worth individual back in Grad. All I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats, bad choices, and unsupervised state policy.
Actually, at the level this guy is, it takes several generations to do that. But, alright.
What's it like being an extremely high net worth individual?
I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work. You've got to work hard because everything's so darn expensive. You know, prices increase exponentially at this income level. But then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me not to make money. My assets are so diversified that I'm bound to come out ahead no matter what. Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? And I tell them, not really.
Great, you've done so well for yourself. Don't you think you owe some of that wealth to the rest of society?
Sure. And they benefit when I buy things to stimulate the economy. Do you know how many jobs it takes to build and maintain a racing yacht?
Hundreds?
Dozens, at least. Of course, in the future, it'll all be automated. But my point is this. Every man gets what he earns. It's the height of tyranny to take that from him.
Being a high net worth individual sounds great.
It is truly. It's almost entirely carefree. It really leaves you time to better yourself spiritually.
And bend light, apparently.
Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose the thread. What is going on with the light in this place? That's what you need to ask him about.
Yeah, I can hear that.
Could you please stop asking everyone for money? It does not reflect well on the RCM, and to be perfectly frank, we can't afford to look worse than we already do.
I also can't afford to look any better than I do now. That's why I need the money.
It's perfectly alright. Based on your appearance, I can tell I'm dealing with a smart man. As you may know, us high net worth individuals do not have a lot of cash on hand. Investments and liquidity are enemies of one another. I think I only have coins for coffee machines. Here is 3 real. How much can you get for this?
How much can a banana cost? Thank you for your kindness.
You're welcome. You know, maybe you can make that money grow. Come up with an investment plan. How's that sound?
Present a sound investment plan. Godly red conceptualization check. And my art degree makes me less likely to succeed. I love it. Something strange about you.
What do you mean?
You look
Are you
different.
talking about my chin?
Seems as if something's happening to the light.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect, though I've
Hey,
never
that looks like
witnessed
an
it myself,
encyclopedia
of
check.
course. It has something to do with our Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient.
The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient is a ratio designed to reflect the difference in net worth between individuals. When the coefficient is close to 1, or 100%, it means one person possesses all the net worth. Among that group of individuals, it's been observed that when the Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient reaches about 0.96 or so, the laws of physics begin to bend around the high net worth individual.
And the money count down on the bottom right. I love the idea that he's so much richer than you that light bends around him.
Among other things. But calm down. I'm but a lowly single-digit billionaire.
Really?
No, not really. There are actually quite many digits.
You seeing this?
I see nothing of the sort. To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who's unusually well dressed for Martinez, in a cargo container, which I admit is odd.
So Kim doesn't see the light bending. That's fantastic.
I imagine that does look strange to you. My container.
What are you doing in this container?
Traveling. This is a great way to get around. It's fun, it's safe, and it gives me lots of time to think. By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly?
In the very, very early days of colonizing this archipelago, the kingdom of Surens, a precursor of a modern Sur-le-Clay, used to own the city of Revachol, an obscure detail in the bigger picture, but still worth dropping.
There's a cool church here.
Ah, a fellow history buff. I myself am currently reading up on Franco-Nigerian era trains. Very interesting stuff. It's a shame I can't get out and explore myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that mobs of low net worth individuals are constantly banding together to ask for money.
Should you help them?
There simply aren't enough hours a day to hand out all the handouts. It's like feeding seagulls. There are always more, and they never seem to do anything interesting with it. Except more seagulls. Spending money is a matter of desire. I'm sure you agree. I don't have the desire for spending it like that.
Do you travel from place to place via shipping container?
It also provides a means to hide from all the targeted advertising we extremely high net worth individuals are constantly subjected to. Luxury yachts, high fidelity portable radio systems, hail-proof outerwear, and so on.
Hail-proof outerwear.
It just gets a bit
We know what that is now.
middle class after a while. A bit bourgeois.
Being rich isn't worth the hassle.
What? No, I didn't say that at all. Being rich is great. Just don't tell anyone I told you that.
Thanks for your time.
Stopping by. If you ever have an idea you want to pitch me, I'm all ears.
Cool. So your Real total does that when you're near him? That's fucking great. It's hilarious. I love that Kim doesn't see it too. That makes it even better. That was entirely worth it. Big fan. So I gotta wait until I can actually attempt a red check. Godly authority, it's not happening with all my penalties to it. Until I get Everart to help me with it. Okay, I think it's about time to head back west and explore there somewhere. Yeah.
The payphone hangs mutely on the wall.
I wasn't able to convince a guy to give me a sandwich, but I was able to talk a door into opening. I'm glad I had the encyclopedia check for the explaining the light bending. That was pretty funny. Alright, we gotta go paint the wall. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I also have a couple husbands to find.
Paintbrush? Check. Heavy fuel oil? Check. Now the only thing left to do is paint the wall. The paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver. What will it be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind.
Fuck the police. I love you, Kuno, mother of all walls. What shadow lies there beneath the bright gleam? 35-year, 100-year-old pictogram of a human being. No parking. Do the pictogram. I love his stance.
You've spoken. The wall will now silently repeat the message for a decade or so, until the sea air degrades the paint, adding another layer of detritus to the city.
Very poetic. Real poetry. Should we return to our murder investigation? I hear there's a really bad one we are supposed to solve.
Alright, Kim. This was important that I did this.
Hello again, officers.
No comments on my beautiful painting? That's fine. Oh, I might be able to do more with Joyce now that I have the badge. Well, maybe I've already done a skill check to get past that. I don't remember at this point. I bet there were a ton of encyclopedia checks with her. I found my badge.
Good. By love, you did.
Fast, observantly, like an electronic printer.
Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Freighter?
How about you share your information on the lynching, now that you've seen his badge?
The goalposts have moved, Lieutenant. In the absence of the badge, I have informed my employer there will be a probe. I cannot rescind that promise. To my knowledge, the drivers are still at the roundabout. I will tell you everything I know when you've finished with them.
This was your plan all along.
My plan is to share information. The only way to do that now is by telling my employers you've kept your end, which I hope you will, because let me tell you, we are in dire waters.
Meaning, the information she has will raise the stakes in this game.
The sooner the probe is finished, the sooner I can share crucial information with you. Now, is there anything I can do for you in the meanwhile?
Well, so is that always going to happen even if you have the badge the first time you talk to her? Or if you talk to her and she tells you to do the probe, does that screw you out of using the badge to get to the good part? Take advantage of this extra zoom distance thought. I do have that empty tape deck, cassette rather. Interfacing again. I put a lot of points into this, haven't I?
The gnarled hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint
Key 3%.
A wintry with slow and deliberate motions, pulling, bending, and unraveling, you manage to extricate the magnetic tape from the branches. It curls up into a mess inside your pocket. If only you could find a way to re-spool it, so that you could hear what's on the tape. Maybe Roy from the pawn shop can help you with this.
What's the tape for?
Promise to make Egghead's jam hit a bit harder.
How? It's broken and unspooled. Do you think your new buddy knows how to fix it? You could also get it fixed at the pawn shop across the street. We shouldn't waste our time.
Good idea. He might have the tools. The tape projector in the pawn shop uses similar tape.
So that tree can't be inspected at all until you get the Shivers check or the shopkeeper mentions it, right?
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
How to fix
you
this?
You mean re-spool it? Yeah, I do, but...
You do it, please?
But I'm not some Mr. Fix-It. I'm a pawnbroker. If you want to pawn the tape, sure. Although it looks pretty... worthless.
Just explain why you need this so much. He's bound to understand.
It's not worthless, Roy. This could be the next big thing with the local dance music scene.
What do you mean?
I met some young enthusiasts down the coast. They play this weird dance music.
Is it any good? The music, I mean.
This tape could make it hardcore.
Man, you're really invested in this. Okay, I'll help you out. It's going to take a moment, though, so just sit back and relax.
You take some time to look around the store. The play of visuals all around the pawn shop is mesmerizing. Suddenly, Roy turns back to you with a reel of tape in his hand and coughs.
This took more than just a few moments. That was at least 15 minutes.
It was. Re-spooling isn't that difficult. Although I had to mend the tape in a few places. Anyhow, it's yours now. Yeah,
thanks for the help.
My pleasure. I'll do what I can for true passion projects. Just try not to use this tape for negative photon emissions. Take responsibility. Okay.
Thanks, dude. Reel of magnetic tape. Egghead will be stoked. Good. I'm glad I didn't turn over the karaoke tape to them then. This is by far the most important side quest. I haven't done anything murder related today. I guess I talked to Everett in the morning. That's it. Just confirm there's no other timed checks that I'm forgetting about. Let's go make the jam harder core. Drunk out of his mind. Let's go with that one. More real. Cavalry boots. +1 perception. View from above. Makes you taller. Also makes you sharper. Not that you're taller. Okay, it's locked. Back to that, we gotta go do the Egghead quest. Gotta stay focused. Gotta go talk to these youths. Focused. Focused.
The large-headed youth.
Good morning, comrade. Yeah!
Found this reel of tape. Maybe you can use it to hard up Ike's jam.
Yeah! Remix time! Tape goes here, into deck B.
A hand on his ear, he listens to the audio through his headphones and shouts.
Wow! Did you get this from Arno himself?
A great excitement is bubbling to the surface within him. This is big.
What do you mean?
Listen, I'm just going to show it to you. Ready?
Ready. Hardcore.
Wow! Here's that! The signs match perfectly! Now if only we had the beat for the full assault, it would be unbelievably hyper!
Intriguing. The way I see it, Van Eyck based his
Oh,
remix
no.
on some famous original piece, like a folk song, something local.
So maybe I
Seems he
shouldn't have
found
turned in the
initial part of
karaoke
main
song.
melody. I think it's just happenstance, chaos in action, contingencies of our limited existence. That and Egghead's fantastic talent.
Noid's right. Egghead's technical talent is the key. No, this is definitely part of the same song. Something cut from it. It fits too well. Something mysterious is going on here.
Be how it may! If it fits, it fits! Bring up
Arno
some
Van
volume!
Eyck.
What about the bass? Do you have any ideas for that? Yeah, I remember. You said it needs more bass.
See if I can come up with a solution down the lane.
The warrior! The warrior of dance music!
Don't be too hard on yourself if you don't figure it out. I think the jam's already pretty ultra.
But it could be hyper hardcore!
Does anyone know, do I need the sad song at all? Or is that tape just for karaoke? I was able to hand it to them, but I assume that that would have been a mistake. No Van Eyck. 50 minutes. Oh, +1 interfacing. I guess I don't need it now. What are the melody line from a broken and discarded tape fit perfectly into a song played by some speed freaks in a frozen tent? Could it be a coincidence? Maybe Egghead is Arno Van Eyck in disguise. Like egg? Oh, he just gives it back to you. Okay. Hands shake from anger at how shit it all is. Probably drop volumetric shit compressor. Unrelated. Okay, thanks for checking. I appreciate it. Oh, my auto skill points? Oh, shit. Alright, well, gotta get some
A
XP.
youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Shake his
grip
hand.
is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire confidence.
This is my posse, Noid,
The young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
and Egghead.
Egg!
Together with a Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers.
How many music venues have you organized?
We have many in the pipeline, officer.
That means they haven't set up a single one yet.
You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Also for talent!
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part. Place is a shithole. I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues.
There's a problem with the church.
Which brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast.
An attempt to pander to your perceived conservative sensibilities. No person his age would ever use a word like narcomania with a straight face. Don't fall for it.
What are you talking
I'm
about?
talking about the church, and I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become a magnet for all sorts of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended.
Dopeheads! Burnouts! Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that. In Reversholt.
Strike that! The world! And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts holed up in there were the worst kind.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts really are. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
What's really so bad about these dopeheads and burnouts? I'll have no narcomaniacs on my watch. Shake your head gravely.
They're spooky.
What do you mean by spooky?
I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre and a place of spiritual refuge. Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse.
People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up.
No, they all agree that they're
Bad
spooky.
signs. No one can dance like that.
Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for.
Tell me more.
All right, man.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchanged giddy looks.
What's the status of the church?
I asked Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. A padlock. It's a temporary fix. Just something to contain the situation.
I had to do it in an hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while.
About the key.
Of course. Noid, give the officer the key.
All right.
I'm guaranteed to fail. Be the cool cop. Catch the key as it flies towards you. Guaranteed to fail it, though.
Noid watches you pick up the key with a smirk.
How long have those people been locked in there?
Not long. Like a week, maybe?
I may have actually gotten a heal if I had failed that. Shoot, that's right. When I fail physical checks, and there would be no penalty for it. Unless if failing it caused it to like hit me in the face and damage me or something. Sure they haven't starved to death? This is cool. Taking initiative like this is proper citizen behavior and I endorse it.
I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on. I'm at least 90%, maybe 85% sure they're still alive.
Somewhere
Hey.
in the ruinous past that led you here, there was something called exams. You may have learned the term involuntary manslaughter.
85% is good enough. No one lives forever, baby. Do you know what the term involuntary manslaughter
Yes,
means?
I do. I listen to Channel 8 all the time. I know about crime stuff, and I assure you, officer, this is not what's happening here. I'm at least 80% sure they're alive. I mean, come on. Most people aren't ever that alive in their entire lives.
What does that mean?
I don't know. What does anything mean, really?
Nihilism button.
Yeah.
Yeah, I catch your
I
drift.
knew you'd get it. You're one smart cop.
It feels good to be the smart cop, doesn't it? That's a good cop to be. Has a nice ring to it. Smart cop. You wouldn't want to be stupid.
No, I'm sorry, cop.
Would you? But still, maybe he's just sucking up to you.
Stop buttering me up, thank you.
Okay. I won't do that anymore.
Other
Sure, man.
questions.
Tell us what you want to know. Let's do
Who
it.
exactly are these people?
Truth is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've seen are glimpses.
You've never seen them and you want the police involved?
There's also the machinery.
This machinery is of the deeply mystical variety.
When I first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the crew together. So about 2 weeks ago, we came here hoping to set the stuff up. Suddenly, there are all these strange machines lying around in there.
One of them has wires running into bowls of water. Wires into water. Never seen anything like it.
Andre, tell him about the feeling.
Oh, and it felt like there was something in there with us, watching us from the dark.
No, the other one.
Which other one? I'm not as in tune with my emotions as you are, Egg.
Felt like silence. Awful silence.
Not exactly.
Seen
We've just
anyone?
seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church. A couple of times. And we felt someone or something eyeing us inside. But that's kinda it.
Is that about some thing watching you?
You aren't alone, you know?
It wasn't quite human, if you know what I mean.
Not human, as in a ghost? Do you know what he means?
It was this dark shape climbing upside down along the ceiling, like some kind of crab man.
Crab man?
Yeah, you know, the way it was climbing up and around the ceiling, like a crab.
It was stalking a cell, exhibiting ambush behaviour.
Odd. Crabs are usually marine creatures, and not known for climbing walls.
Ambush behavior. Nod. Crabman. Are you sure there was a crabman?
Yeah, totally. I mean, I didn't personally see it. Estelle was alone that time, but I believe her. If she comes out running and says there's a crab in there, there's a crab in there.
You should ask her about it, but be nice. Don't tell her you don't believe in the crab.
The implications of this are too numerous to consider. Proceed with caution. Learn all you can before entering that dark building. There probably is no crabman.
Challenging Inland
Don't
Empire.
let them draw you in with this nonsense.
Okay, so we gotta do the church last. Tell me more about this machinery.
You talked annoyed about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station too. Probably, very likely.
We need to be sure they're burnouts.
Well, honestly, I can't. But I am.
This is a below feeble attempt at avoidance. Basically, he is attempting to weaponize idiocy.
I should add weaponized idiocy to my own repertoire. Yeah, I need to, don't I? What was the other thing where I was talking to somebody and I needed to find like a higher form of idiocy? Maybe that was with Egghead and I already solved that the other way.
Hey now, I'm 70% sure they're substance abusers. Don't let all that technology fool you. Where do you think the drugs come from?
Let's talk about something else.
Sure. What?
Ecclesiastes.
Oh yeah, that's
the best book of the Bible.
For the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it.
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask it with minor demagoguery.
I was hoping that would be an encyclopedia. Now humor me, Andre. What do you mean by meteoring?
You know, of Meteo. Concerning Meteo.
Meteo?
Meteo, a country on Muindi. On the Muindi Isla.
Go Encyclopedia, go!
One of the poorest
yes.
of the first world nations today, but once a great ancient civilization. Capital, Tilakos by Percentic.
Now humor me.
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know? I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organization.
And
they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericarnassian Church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, like, made the Innocentic system, no?
Would this ancient religious organization who anoints the innocents want a club for anodic music in one of their churches? That sounds like exactly the kind of who'd want loud anodic music in their church.
You're right, they do.
He says without the slightest hint of irony.
Love! Anodic music is about love! I got love for my Pericarnassian posse! Love is the relay out of death! We dance! Love is hardcore!
Unity.
Hardcore.
Unity!
Make some noise for my Insulindian posse!
As if it's obvious you will now break into dance.
You feel it. The anodes and the cathodes coursing through you. Your big toe starts tapping along to the base, as if testing the waters.
How could the founding party be anything but enthusiastic? Dance music is about love, and so is the Pericarnassian Church.
Feels good.
What's a posse?
Your posse's like your people, man. Like you got your cup posse. You look out for each other and you party together. That's a posse.
And where is your posse, detective? Nothing comes to you. The world is silent.
Sounds like you're just saying random things.
Are we?
Yeah!
The one with the large head enjoys it when his friend gets mysterious. Love can be hardcore.
Oh, yeah, it can.
He's coming around. You're getting it.
You're right.
Yeah! Yakokata! The place to be!
He seems ecstatic that you share his vision of Pericarnassianism.
Do it for the masses. Do it for the crew. I didn't want to say it, but it was pretty lame of you to imply otherwise. Anyway, you got more questions?
The one with the large head is still looking at you.
Kim's a full
nodding
posse.
his head, waiting for your body to start moving.
Yeah! Let it out! Let the disco happen! Bring the disco into this world! Get this church shit on, and then dance there, motherfucker!
Let me ask you about this tent full of equipment.
Yes. What?
So you brought your own water.
Yeah. Good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even has running water.
It's distilled too.
Oh. It's the one they sell at the fuel station.
It's like he's lying to you, my liege. But he's slippery enough that there's nothing for you to grab hold of.
With all the nose
But what
of
now?
You have a lot of it lying around.
Oh, the old Ultra.
He's like an actor, looking to the souffleur for his line.
I have a major sinus infection, stuffy nose. We all do. Shit's all blasted up. Winter. Can't even breathe.
Sound fine to me.
That's all Nosefed's doing. Without the Noser, I'd be drowning in shit right now. Nosefed is the shit.
Can I have some? I have some nose problems too.
Sure. Here you go, officer. The Noser. Blast away.
Thank you.
He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
Unexplained nosefed. Maybe everything isn't quite as you've been told. Take a moment to analyze. Okay.
As always, we'll be right here, waiting patiently for the news. Yeah.
Big logic check. Okay. Oh man, I get tons of logic bonuses. What the hell?
Hi again. So,
72.
A number of things don't add up. Let's take a look. How about gather around, kids?
Okay, kids, now gather around.
The young speed freak puts down a busted capacitor and looks at you. The one with the large head seems very enthusiastic about whatever you have planned. Their would-be leader is less amused.
Sometime in the past, I'm not sure when and where, but betrayal was involved. I fell sick and became the shadow you see now. Before that, I have reason to believe I was a police detective.
But you still are.
Thank you for your kind words, but everyone in here sees I'm a disgrace to the uniform.
What happened?
Disco happened. I think I'm gonna pick Disco Happened just because it's dramatic.
I've been trying to say we need the next step in dance music to happen fast.
Shut it.
What? I have. I've said that.
Might as well have been 1,000 years ago, but there's still some detective left
The
in
young
me.
speed freak is silent. He senses something is wrong.
This isn't the makings of a club. It's a tent full of laboratory equipment for manufacturing drugs.
I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but it's wrong. Look, we even have speakers.
One speaker. They have one speaker.
Wouldn't a cell need your headphones to spin tape? The nose of it's for its active ingredients. Did he lose his friend?
Friend?
The other speaker, you only have
It's a
one.
one-speaker system. It's monodynamic.
Of course.
You wouldn't know the first thing about sound reproduction in anodic music. Other speaker.
This may
Hey,
be
thank you,
brain damage
Encyclopedia.
talking, but you've definitely never heard of monodynamic or one-speaker systems.
You have no headphones.
What do you know about spinning tape? Nothing.
The nose of it is here for its active
He
ingredients.
said it was for his nose.
What more do you want?
Likely pseudoephedrine, almost exactly the shape of ephedrine. Ephedrine makes you happy, and so does pseudoephedrine.
Distilled water, cornerstone of a clean lab.
All cellular-based life. What's your point, Lawbringer?
No need for me to pile on anymore, is there?
Shit.
Try to use a police detective to set up a drug lab.
Come on, that's...
Punishable by summary execution? Against the law?
I meant to say, not true.
So what are we going to do with you?
Mean, do?
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop the act. It wouldn't take a lot of pushing.
We do this lawman style. First you tell me everything, then I pass judgment. Tell me what's really going on and we'll work from there. I can be lenient. I don't care, I just wanted to crack the case. Do what you want and I'll do what I want. Let's do the middle one.
What do you mean by lenient?
The dirtiest cop this side of the river. I'll make life hard for you using every connection I've got. We'll see, now speak.
He thinks for a moment, then opens his mouth, but closes it again. Then finally raises his hands.
Things are just way too hard for an entrepreneur in this city. It's not like we're not going to turn the church into the wickedest club in East Revershoal.
Because we are! We totally are!
We just got to turn it into a speed lab first.
Of course.
You know, to get our foot in the door.
Then why did you need me?
Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all
The
this
crab
stuff
man.
together. A month ago, the place was empty, and now it's all spooked up.
Not really spooky, are they?
No, man. They're spooky, all right. It's just that they would also probably call the police if we started cooking speed in there.
But the sign was way off, too. I couldn't feel the love at all.
Sir, you promised you'd be lenient.
This is it. Judgment time.
Let's do this clean. No speed lab, just a club for music. Look into the spooker situation before I can decide what to do with you. You want to do the club thing.
Yeah! I knew it. It's impossible now.
No, Andre, it's harder now. This hard cop has come to show us how much the fish is, and the fish is always so much more. We all know there was never going to be a club for Nordic music with the Speed Lab. Now it has a fighting chance.
What's that about a fish?
There needs to be a club for Nordic music in there. Needs to. Everyone hates each other. Everybody hates it here. It's all just drugs and we're slaves and I can't. We are running out of time. We need a win, Andre. I promise this will be a win. We won't cook speed in there. We'll do it clean. We'll do it true. We'll do it sober and real and beautiful. This will be a victory for the light.
This will do nothing.
Oh, shivers.
You can hear the ice crack underneath you. Outside, the last century waterfront development is crumbling in the wind. A grape-shot row of falling houses. And so is Rue de Saint-Giraud and all the houses on
No,
Main.
shivers.
The
I was so
old
excited.
cinema is sinking underneath Villa La Bosse.
I wanted there to be a victory for the light. Does anyone feel that? Let's call this crime prevention, but I have my eye on you.
We'll try to do it without the drugs. We'll do a straight club up in there, spinning the maddest reels, and nothing but. I swear to God. Okay, Egg?
From here on, it'll be straight all the way.
As always, we'll be right here, waiting patiently for the news. Yeah!
Right. Godly logic check, care of a ton of stat boosting. Okay, so what all did I have that was affecting that? I had a different shirt. was using this for the shivers bonus, that's right. Okay. Sweat, laundry detergent, and a trace of ether.
So you had a talk with Andre, and now you want to discuss things with Noid? That's fine, man. But I've got to warn ya, our signs are still off. It'll take some time for me to get my sign on.
I thought we'd be okay now,
I'm
sign-wise.
doing what I can.
It's not easy for him. It probably took him years to get used to Andre. He looks like a well-thought-out individual. The synchronization might be worth it in the long run.
Why are you called Noid? Like the old Domino's mascot?
The hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be discussed with the law at this moment.
It's not easy to reach a harmonic resonance of signs without some adjustment.
We need sign matching?
Yes. Further sign matching.
Sync the signs with Noid.
One way to achieve this will be by getting us into the church.
What about the machines you saw?
Weird stuff. Specialized. There was a data processor.
Maybe I can use a
and
data
some sort of
processor to get to the
long-wave
role-playing
machinery.
game thing.
Wires going into water. Gives off a spy sign. Or some fucked up Samaran science sign. You know, the kind that goes head first into the supernatural.
Oh, it's so good,
The
Yukubo.
People's Republic of Samara
Hey.
is a product of Revachel's sister revolution on the Grand Isola. It's known as a severely degenerated rogue state.
Way too hard on Samara. They're all alone in the world.
I know, man. I was just talking about the aesthetic.
What's wrong with the supernatural?
Nothing's wrong with it. You should definitely be researched. You can still do sick shit with it, though.
The sickest. That's perhaps why it should be researched.
Most of it doesn't exist. But there's also stuff that isn't allowed to exist. Because the moralists think it's too dangerous for the plebs. Psionic powers, pale-related diseases, pretenders pretending to be human, folk rights, that kind of stuff.
Well, there's little references to the Pale everywhere, but can you only learn about it from Joyce?
The large-headed youth.
Good morning, comrade. Yeah!
I love that you turned him into a communist. That's great. Come on, Egghead. Be a communist. Yeah, that's fine. Thanks for asking. You have to tell me what the other source is.
On the sea ice, she looks up as you approach.
So you talked to my associates, right? Are you going to help us? With
I hope
Great.
you're alright.
Let us know if there's any progress, will ya? We've been waiting for weeks here.
So she has tried to use me to set up a drug lab. I'm guessing you knew of this plan.
I did, and I'm sorry. For what it's worth, which isn't much.
This is why I didn't go into the tent. Typical delinquency.
Oh yeah, I could have asked for a bribe because Kim didn't come in with me. I didn't think about
You
that.
don't get to choose your posse, they choose you. Mine are idiots, but they're mine. I tried to talk Andre out of it. I even tried not to lie to you.
Indeed, she merely tried to omit the truth instead.
I don't care, I'm loco. You opted to omit the truth.
I know, but I knew you'd see through their plan too. I'm not an idiot. I should have been able to control them, and I will in the future. I promise. May I ask, what did you tell them?
What you will with your dance club plan. Just no drug labs,
Thank you.
please.
I'll get them under wraps, I promise.
Did you see a crab man?
Oh, that. You're not going to believe me. There's no point in me telling you.
She's less prone to blurt it out, crab man, than the others.
Go ahead and tell
Okay.
me.
I went in and I saw a woman next to one of those machines there. Noid calls it a mainframe. She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother, you know, strange old clothes. Had this absent expression, didn't say anything, just stood still.
Go
and
on.
then, you know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall, upside down like a crab, down the church wall. I think the woman didn't even know he was there. He was completely silent. He stopped right before he got to the floor, then just hung there like that, looking at me. Right at me. I fucking turned around and walked out. End of story.
Like a crab, you say?
His face is stone.
It was too dark. I couldn't tell exactly.
Come on. She obviously could. She already went into detail.
What did he look
He looked
like?
like a banger, okay? He was all muscular and stuff. Had a mesh tank top. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that only made it scarier in a way.
A crab and a banger?
Yes, a banger. As in a mess gang member. I know what it sounds like, but that's what I saw.
A gangster crab man. I don't believe you. I do believe you.
Why?
What would you stand to gain?
Nothing. Anyway, what else?
Tell me more about your associates.
My associates? I haven't got much to say about them.
What do you mean? You must know something about them.
Of course I do. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them.
To the cops.
Something about yourself.
Me? I'm a silver bird.
A silver bird. Feels strangely familiar. Was it an expression? And if yes, then for what? Then your mind slips and the thought is gone.
Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but... My associates? I haven't got much to... Sorry.
To the cops.
Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but...
What's the lock check to pick up the tape recorder? I forgot what skill that was. Oh, it's legendary empathy. Okay. So I do have something that helps with empathy, but I gotta get something that would increase it. Now I have a skill point, so I was gonna spend it on one of these thoughts, I think. Arno Van Eyck. Now I was gonna drop volumetric shit compressor. Alright, let's try to be systematic about this if we can. The posts hold treasure? Look inside. Oh, nice. It's pretty good. It's a lot of them, damn. Well, cool. Swimming in money now. Don't even need a cop paycheck. I generate money from the ether whenever I talk trivia. I know, right?
Someone has left an unidentifiable article of clothing on this railing. It smells really bad. It's streaked with dried seagull shit and tangled with pieces of seaweed. A dangling arm suggests that there might be a jacket beneath the crust of filth. It seems likely that it was left in the surf until someone laid it out on this fence to dry out. Unfortunately, that just seems to have stiffened it into a shapeless mass.
Please tell me you're not taking that with you.
Might be a clue.
You think our suspect is a seagull who's been defecating on unsuspecting jacket?
Yes. Could have been multiple seagulls.
The lieutenant sighs. A poem could write 12 verses and still not begin to capture the profound vexation in that sigh. You should still take it.
Filthy jacket. Receive the elements for quite some time. Streak with seagull shit, abnormally stiff from God knows what natural processes. You can't even tell what brand it is.
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound.
How did this jacket get so disgusting?
It's a sordid, filthy tale. not for the weak. Are you sure you can stomach it?
Think about it.
It occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself, but rather the thick crust of jetsam and seagull shit that ensconces it. It smells like a dead sea creature, tangled in grey strands of seaweed. It must have spent quite some time in the water before the tide deposited it ashore.
Gross.
Why? Why did you think about it? Look at your hands. They're covered in muck.
Maybe if I wipe my hands on my pants?
What? No. Then it'll just be on your pants. This is a disaster. You'll never get the smell out. As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound.
Why did I fondle the shit jacket
There is no
again?
why.
Let's just put it away then.
As you hold it in your hands, it's probably better that way.
Incredible. Ooh, more glasses, man. Get so many items in that one slot. +2 encyclopedia. Nausea-inducing hell glasses. Okay, well we gotta equip it because got a 9 in encyclopedia. Is there a number bonus that kind of makes the rest of the math in the game irrelevant? I guess if you could get a +11, would it be? You always fail on Snake Eyes though, right? Just want to make sure I succeeded every passive check for that XP and money. Was an 18, okay. Oh, right. I wish they handled the lock thing a little bit better. Like, I spent a really long time in the game not understanding that locked objects could just be freely opened if I had that equipped. Like, it tells you that that's what it's for, but I thought it would be like when you're interacting with a door or something. It was like, this is locked, you should equip the whatever. Chain cutters. It has hell written on its back. Yeah, passives are you above this threshold, yes or no? Is that why they don't show up at all above a certain threshold? Or below a certain threshold? So what's the highest possible passive then? Is challenging like a 5 or a 6? Is there one above that?
The smell. It's awful and familiar.
What is it?
Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency, that faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that. It is death. It must be.
Heads up, Lieutenant. Something's not
The
right.
lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to his nose. There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin. 2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter is all you find. No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up. They seem unhygienic.
A tragedy.
He shakes his head with genuine sadness. Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra.
Come on, Encyclopedia.
Red Astra
Yes.
is the black market version of Astra cigarettes, known for their high tar content.
Same in the
You see
wrapper.
traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol. It's hard to concentrate in the smell. The sea air brings some relief.
Oops.
A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits. In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper. Half of his body has slipped between the cracked boardwalk, starting with the left leg. The fall has left him broken, contorted like a sad puppet. The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body.
Study the clothes.
He's wearing mud-caked boots, beige trousers, and an old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. A cool leather jacket with a bolt of blue? Oh no.
There are a few godly passives in the game. Gotcha.
You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into 2. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
Study the man himself.
The man has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. A bad fall. It might have been dark outside. This place is a minefield in the dark. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years. He was confused when he died. Confused and alone, most likely. Overcome with the awful surprise of it all.
Wonder if they had the voice actor for the narrator like do each of the characters all at once. You can definitely tell there's a very different tone and empathy compared to all the other ones.
There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist. Be very, very careful where you step here. A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch. This is what killed him.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you?
It's
Seems
hard
like
to
the
say.
head wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
Sam and the chewing gum
Lebowski
wrapper.
spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall. The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too?
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
In a ditch off a road below the 881, he thinks. A young father. Then he shakes his head to make the memory stop.
It's just a sad way to go. Sam in the bottle.
0.75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly anything left inside.
Tear all around us. I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
True. It feels disrespectful. The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Who is this man?
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here. But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
A dead working-class man with a bottle in his hand? Don't deceive yourself. You know who this is.
It's the working class woman's missing husband, dead on the boardwalk.
The woman you met at the book stand? Why do you think it's her husband? The bright blue lining? Well, he's definitely someone's husband. Looks like one. But that's
a dead.
The woman you met at the book stand? I can't see a book. So he took the book to the library, then came back and thought, I'll have one.
I'll have one drink before I get home. The view from the lookout is beautiful.
Damn it. He is definitely someone's husband. Looks like
a dead working class.
The woman you met at the book stand? What? Well, he's definitely dead.
What do you think
by his
happened
adventure.
here?
He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive.
It's not related to the lynching,
no,
but
I don't see anything that points in that direction. For now, let's treat this case as a simple, albeit sad, accident, unrelated to the murder case.
Agreed. If this somehow converges later, why not? But keep it simple for now.
Think he was drunk?
Oh, yes. Some symptoms of acute alcohol poisoning could have definitely played a role here. Severe confusion, respiratory depression, unpredictable behavior. But I think that death arrived through head trauma, not liver failure.
The kebab.
What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the box.
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
Thanks, Logic. Someone should be held responsible for this boardwalk.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean. It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure, although there's still a question of identifying the body.
What should we do with
From
him?
where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle.
We found him. We should finish
All
this.
right. We should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from Mikey and Emma. Let them know we are taking the case.
Okay, so pretty sure it's the husband.
The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53. Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased, or his family member.
Look inside.
Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil.
This is your hint to go find the lady outside the bookstore.
Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinton Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too.
Look at the
If
backside.
lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005 02 55211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock. Business hours, 900 to 1800.
Good. We should give them a call from Mikey and Emma. See if we can learn anything about Billy Mejean.
Talk to the lady real quick. What a bummer.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could use it to call someone, unless you're out of change. You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable.
Well, random number.
Calling. Still calling. This feels wrong. Should you be doing this? End of tone. Someone picks up.
Pierre? Is that you, Pierre?
What's Pierre like?
So nice of you to find the time to call me. It gets so lonely. Even the animals have died.
What kind of pets did you have?
You sure you're Pierre? Your voice, it's different. There. Chrysanthemum.
Her voice is drowned in white noise. Sounds like waves washing a beach, growing in volume until
Kind of like what happened earlier with the
disconnects.
spooky
You
phone
get
call.
a sinking feeling. It makes you look if Lieutenant Kitsuragi overheard you. To your relief, he did not.
Interesting. What's the whole deal with like leaving when Kim isn't with you? Like, does he check in earlier on normal days after the first day when you do the initial debrief?
A drop in temperature, an easy flow of air, an empty street. Before you, a thoroughfare unjammed with lorries. No more drivers smoking on hitch steps. Just silence.
What did the smoke smell
Chemically
like?
sweetened. Across the road, a forgotten bus stop. Corrosion has opened a hole in its roof. An elm tree watches over the building. Its branches are dripping with rain and snow. The road is smooth and motley. Craters filled with a black asphalt. The asphalt, first laid, is grey already.
I see.
A row of tenements are under construction in the distance.
Where are the people who live across the
A
road?
tub warm with water, white with soap. A man bathes while radio waves transmit the lottery numbers. 4, 18, 21, 4, 1. A modern washing machine rattles a drawer full of silverware.
What about the bus stop?
Number 312D. Young girls used to come here, huddled up, hoping for more warmth than their thin coats give them. The bus took them to school. It has not run for 8 years. There were not enough girls to sustain its cost.
Road.
Craters pocked the surface. Children played in them until heavy trucks full of black pitch rolled in. The landowners have filled the craters with money. It is a vital artery of the flow of trade. There's one bump on the road. A dead dog lies flat about 200 paces away, right at the turn.
Dead dog?
Tragedy comes from the wheels of a fast RCM vehicle, hurrying to work. The cold washes over you. The sound of the sea has grown distant. The wind moves the aerosol. A detective stands behind the boom barrier. A breeze moves a curl of his hair.
What are we doing on thoughts, by the way? I've got 2 that I was working on. 84 and 77. Sometimes I can't tell if something's... Okay, that's fine. I have so much morale healing drugs. It's all magnesium, right? Only I could sell it. I guess I haven't tried in the pawn shop. Oops. Come on. Oh, she's gone. Uh-oh. Is it just a time of day thing?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? I'm afraid they're closed. It says here that the library is open from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
I missed it by 3 minutes.
We should try again during business hours.
Anything else, Detective? One moment. Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell.
I could reload from the,
Around.
let me see, the shivers check maybe? Oh, this is the way back, shit. Well, so much for that.
And traces of vomit on his shirt.
Any signs of violence? No field autopsy necessary.
You can hear her quickly typing in the background.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes?
Leather jacket with a bright blue
Any
lining.
information on the library card? Good. You have a lead. Do you and Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else? I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. We'll send someone to take the body to the morgue. That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in.
Oh, okay, I was worried that there was going to be a time thing with identifying the man, but it looks like I can just do it tomorrow.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering.
Well, I know the answer, but the lady's not there, and I can't call the library, so that's a bummer. I don't think I have anything to do over on this side. Spookers in the church. This is official police business. It's too bad I didn't get there slightly earlier. If I had skipped the shivers check, I probably would have been fine. I thought I was just going to run into the wife, though. Alright, let's get back on the systematic train. To do the edges of this map as much as possible. Oh my god, they give you so much magnesium. I wonder if, like, if you try to play as a meathead, that you die from morale damage really quickly or something. City 08. Got out. I got out. No address C. Bow knot? +2 drama, theater kid. You're sure that wearing this tie is a statement. You're not sure what kind of statement, though. Still trying to hit everything along the bottom part of the map, and along its edges.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
That's the thing to do once Kim goes to bed. Sit on every bench. Really want to be able to move through here. Nothing at all in this room. Okay. Sitting on this bench is related to the case. Yeah.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy?
Does he actually know you? Or is he just shopkeep friendly?
Good to see you too, friend.
So what do you want? I've got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap.
I got
300.
Pilsner, great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine.
Friend? Do we know each other?
Sure, friend.
What's the bench is the
You know
murderer?
Don't mind old Rosemary here. He's a buffoon. Let's have a word after your high-concept transactions. I'll give you the lowdown.
I always want to pop out and get these thoughts in case they affect
it's a
future
custom to
conversations.
tip the shopkeep, friend. But come back anyway.
Arno van Eyck. Okay, so Egghead is clearly not Van Eyck in disguise. Van Eyck is an Oranese disc jockey, but those people get around, especially in Revachol, in the clubs on Boogie Street. Perhaps he stayed here for a short stint and discarded part of the song he was working on, just threw it away, and then it ended up in the hawthorn tree. But why? Did he think it was retrograde? It wasn't. Perhaps he caught a glimpse of the future and did not want for it to arrive just yet. Perhaps the city whispered the top line to him, and he was frightened by it.
All yellow checks unlocked. Gig posters are revealed. Huh. So there's pretty much just looking out the window. Smoke around the balcony, which is too late, I think. Oh no, maybe I can just go talk to him in the whirling. Oh right, I forgot. Didn't it say that I can warp places now? It said something about quick travel unlocked. I don't see how I would do it though, because I can just look at checks, but not... Or is it like a clicking thing, maybe? No. Is it supposed to be on that screen?
Hey, Tequila! Good to see you. How's business? How's the whole reality situation treating you? So what's happening?
Tequila?
Yeah, Tequila Sunset. How are the, high-concept, reality-based adventures proceeding?
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street gang. Good. These people know your true name. Looks like it has preceded you, Mr. Sunset. More on that later.
50-year losing streak. I have re-entered reality to conquer it, to bend it to my will. I am the law.
That's the spirit. I used to shape reality into my image a long time ago. Those days are over now. Sadly, things aren't going that well in Idiot Doom's Spiral Land. Haven't found those keys yet, haven't won that great piece of ass back. No word from my business buddies.
What do you guys do around here?
We are saving the world.
Please don't go.
Okay, we're drinking. We're drinking alcohol. That's what we're doing. I tried to save the world once, a long time ago, with enterprise, creativity, and willpower. But that didn't work out. So now, it's a pirate's life for me.
You signed this document?
What's it about? I'll let my hand address the situation. Maybe you've heard. I used to be a very successful businessman. I've signed more than a few lease forms, or whatever the fuck they were. Anyone's got a pen? The pro's gonna do it.
I have a green 8 pen.
All right.
Idiot Doom Spiral.
Hey, Abs.
Don't you? You cool, have a go.
I need you to sign this document right here. It's important.
Don't call her.
Domptclol Abaqual? Great job, Abs. Nailed it.
The pen back?
Don't know if I've mentioned it, but I used to be a businessman. And as a businessman, I am going to keep the pen. For my trouble.
How dare you?
No, that was my favorite thing of all the things you have.
Thanks, interfacing. Great village service to the village, the RCM, and to Revachol.
Hey, guys. We're heroes.
About fucking time, man. I've done my duty.
Don't call Abigail.
Thank you for your services, gentlemen. Should we go and mail these? I think I saw a mailbox on the plaza.
A few more
Okay,
questions.
What's on your mind?
It's a tequila
It's
sunset.
you. Your tequila sunset.
How do you know this?
We've met before. Don't you remember?
No, you sure don't.
Maybe?
Maybe. You look like you want to know how Tequila Sunset came to be. You look like you want to hear the tale.
Tequila Sunset. Something ominous there.
Go ahead.
Let me take a sip to moisten up my chords. Tequila Sunset rolled into Martinez last Friday, and by Tequila Sunset, I mean you. The man, the myth.
Do we meet on Friday?
Hey, let's not jump ahead of ourselves. This is your story. Stop interrupting. You got here on Friday to solve a case, hoping to be the early bird who gets the worm. And by the worm, I mean the buzz. Because as far as I know, all you did was get piss drunk. Word on the street is you went around the local hostel telling people that you're a police officer, and that it would be really fucked up if you shot yourself in the head right in front of them. That's pretty high concept, if you ask me.
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He's listening as casually as he can.
First time this comes up. Off awkwardly.
Hey, man, I'm not judging. This life's a valley of woes. Some of the highest concept people in history have killed themselves. And been drunks. Either way, it was a late Saturday night when we, the Union of Moribund Alcoholics, got our drink on. Nothing remarkable about this. We get our drink on 24/7. Makes everything warm and glowy. I trust you know the feeling. One moment we hear the sound of a motor carriage revving up somewhere on the plaza, followed by a series of dings and bangs.
Do you remember the sound of wood cracking? The billboard?
Naturally, loud noises pique the interest of anybody owning a pair of ears. That's just the reality we're in.
I want to get off this story train right now. Naturally.
Anyway, there was a brief silence, a gasp of silence, if you will, followed by a real commotion. We heard the carriage careening towards the coast at top speed. Sounded like someone jumped the canal. We grabbed our brewskis and rushed to the jetty. Never underestimate the speed of an alcoholic.
3 men are standing
Challenging
on the
shivers
wooden
check.
platform extending out from the shore of a dilapidated fishing village. Their cheeks red, spirits high, bears in hand, eyes glazed over.
What we saw was a sight to behold. A beat-up police carriage containing you. Right there on the beach, you revved the engine and screamed at the top of your lungs, "The time hath come!" So, naturally, being the curious cat I am, I asked what time hath come. To which you replied, "The time hath come for Tequila Sunset, the end of all things."
Say nothing. It's more dignified that way. Every word I said was true. Tequila Sunset will break the looms of reality.
Yeah, looms. Why not? Then you jammed the pedal and plowed right off the jetty and through the ice.
The muscles in your right leg tense up.
We ran towards the ice whilst you crawled your way out, miraculously unhurt, covered in seaweed and shit, like some kind of sea monster. When we finally got there, you were sitting on the beach crying. You said that your badge and uniform were in the car. It was too late to get in there, though. The carriage had sunk too deep.
In this way, you and your motor carriage have a lot in common.
Recognizing a brother in need, we offered our condolences and invited you to party with us, which you naturally agreed to. We asked about the whole Tequila Sunset thing, and you told us it was your name now and insisted that we all call you that from then on.
My real name is Harry.
No, that's just what your mother called you. Your real name is Tequila Sunset. Just embrace it, brother.
How long did we party for?
It was an all-night drink-a-thon. Then, at some point, I think it was Sunday morning, you got belligerent and wanted to talk about Revacholian women. How they're beautiful and also whores and so on. How one of them...
And morale damage for
real
sure.
bad. After a short while, you crossed the event horizon, looked sullen, got up, and left without saying anything.
I'm thinking that's the reason why he's an alcoholic.
Wow. That's quite a story.
Yeah, I bet Tequila's a fucking legend around the precinct. You must be proud to work with him.
If you only knew.
If you only knew. Tell you anything about this person that fucked me.
You were pretty vague about it, but you kept saying you got fucked real hard, and that we've all been fucked too.
Damaged health.
Please, don't open that door.
No one's fucked me. I do.
Oh, but that's
fucking
health
around
damage
here.
and not morale damage.
Abigail.
It seemed pretty painful, to be honest with you. If I had to guess, I'd say you're still working through some shit.
Did I mention losing anything else?
Beside your gun and your badge? You said something about your hope or heart or something. To be honest, the details are a little hazy. In retrospect, I guess you lost your motor carriage too? That's a big one.
So think about my colleagues.
You told us that they were a bunch of fucking losers whose main interest was cramping your style.
It's more like you were cramping theirs.
No specifics, though. It was more about you that night. You were the star of the show.
Anything about the case?
Yeah, you said it was no biggie and that you'd solve it in no time. And that you didn't need anyone to do it. You're doing it solo now.
A lot of cops go solo and hermit once they reach that level of alcoholism.
It's not meant as a joke. He's sorry for the hermit cop.
We talk about politics?
Yeah, you kept talking about how the coal mine owners were fucking us all over, just like that woman fucked you. I didn't agree with you, by the way. The spectral hand of the market makes sure everyone gets exactly what they deserve.
That's interesting. I wonder if that changes based on your alignment at that point. To get a read on what kind of cop I was.
You kept apologizing for being
yeah.
such a bad cop, and for the damage you've inflicted on everyone around you. You also kept pausing to knock the heel of your hand against your temples, saying, "Stupid, stupid, stupid."
Yeah, that sounds about right.
It's a hard thing for a man to confront his past. That's why I avoid mine at all costs.
You seem like you're characterized by your storytelling ability. You want to tell me another one sometime?
Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better than a beach bum.
How did you become Idiot Doom Spiral?
It depends, really. Are you willing to help me out?
You might get scammed here.
I have a feeling this is going to cost me a lot.
No, the reality of the situation requires a rather modest contribution. A little motivational package. Booze. Did you already forget our party? The thing I relayed to you earlier. So, have you got anything for good old Idiot Doom Spiral? A bottle for a story. Seems fair to me.
Alright, I got a Commodore Red.
Classy.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Don't call Abigail!
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George. But around here, you already know. I was once a reasonably high net worth individual.
Not like the high net worth individual.
/ junior partner at a high concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm.
You met the guy who bends light around him?
I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high concept stuff. I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane.
How many people did you have working for you?
22 full-time employees, an all-star team, a potentially historical set of individuals. Worrying about them often kept me up well into the morning hours.
Did the jogging help?
It did. With my trusty Sansariq tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world. But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit.
What happened?
One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
His eyes are clouded, his dilated blood vessels encircling his irises like stinging brambles. His eyes are your eyes.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see? At least, that was the plan. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly.
Oh, what are we talking?
Wet, okay? It was raining really hard. I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass.
Ouch.
Ouch, indeed. Reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down, I always got up. So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key.
You've got to be shitting me.
I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were. Instead of my apartment key, I'd taken the key to the office.
Had stuff like that happen before, just like the feeling that washes over you of just utter misery. You have to like drive all the way back.
I rang my neighbors' buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best.
He pauses meaningfully.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in. Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control.
That's
I
why.
hadn't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going with this. So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh?
Like there are some steps missing.
Tequila, I've thought about this series of events for a long time. If there was anything else to it, I would have thought of it by now.
Why didn't you go to the authorities?
Well, at one point they came to me, but, you know, I didn't have any ID on me, so they tossed me in jail for 2 days. I can't say it increased my faith in the RCM. No offense, gentlemen.
I'm almost homeless myself. Doesn't seem so bad.
The hobo lifestyle definitely has some perks. Not having to pay rent, first and foremost. Not being responsible for 20 other people is nice, too. But that charm wears off pretty quickly. Before you know it, you're wearing a shit-stained tracksuit and spending your days picking tear.
Why do you keep losing all your stuff?
Fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly premium but now extremely dirty two-piece lycra tracksuit? I used to own my reality situation. My business buddies and I had our own creative services agency. I had a nice apartment, an even nicer piece of ass. But somehow it all got away from me. Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week I stole this nice new jacket, but then I lost it too. The only things I haven't lost are these two drunks.
You of all people should empathize with this. Perhaps this lost jacket is something you could help with?
What was the name of your agency?
My agency, man. The Boom Boom Room. Our concept was combining high art with the lowest forms of marketing. The color red, breasts, and oil painting. I convinced my partners to reinvest some of our profits in an even more high-concept cultural incubator called Thin Air. The artists were happy, the clients were happy. I was financing a group of poets in East Rebishal who were developing a new universal poetic language. But then it all went to shit.
Sounds intriguing. What say you, Art Cop? If it sounds like it makes no sense, that's because it doesn't.
So high concept, I have no idea what it means. Mixing high and low, commodifying culture, that is extremely my shit.
I know. It was fucking awesome. Until I went on a jog, unleashing a cascade of doom that washed it all away.
Is this about a lost jacket?
Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically brand new. Sure, it didn't really go with my lycra threads, but it did itch a lot less. Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom Spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. What do you say, Tequila?
Pretty found a filthy jacket near the boardwalk.
Holy shit. Tequila, how did you... Never mind, I don't care. Just let me see the jacket.
Give him the jacket.
Let me see. What? This isn't my jacket. My jacket was beautiful. This is fucking filthy. What am I supposed to do with this?
I'm sorry, I found it like this.
I'm not taking a disgusting pile of hobo rags. I may be in an irrecoverably decaying orbit, but I've still got standards. Either bring it back the way it was before, or find a dumpster to burn it in.
You know, despite the guano, it looks like the jacket itself is stain resistant. It may just need a good scrubbing.
It's scrubbing, huh?
What's in an...
Hey, Spiral Boy, you don't call...
Shut up, guy. I was once a reasonably... So you don't want to just hear the same story again?
Okay, I thought maybe there's more dialogue in there. Have you got any more stories?
But as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low. If you catch my drift.
Here's a potent Pilsner.
Not much, but it will do. The tale I'm about to tell you is an urban legend particular to Martinez. That said, I first heard it from a former bicycle courier in Koran. There are many variations on the basic story, and the details often conflict. What everyone agrees on is that nobody knows the exact nature or identity of the phenomenon.
Just remind me, I have to find the cryptozoologist's wife still.
Are you telling the story of the headless...
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary.
Like a child that walks in the middle of a movie.
17-year-old Gertrude Het is walking home from a late shift at the harbor. It's almost midnight. She stops for a cigarette near the canal.
The streets are warmed by a southerly breeze. The lights of a passing...
I should have backed out to get that.
Bloom and fade in the
But,
distance.
oh well.
In the harbor's dark, her cigarette is a beacon, dancing alone. The image comes to you effortlessly, as though you'd walked the same streets yourself 1,000 times.
Our heroine finds herself enjoying the peace and quiet the canal provides. What she doesn't know is that her peace is about to be shattered. From behind her comes the clattering of hooves. Startled, she turns around, and what does she see?
I don't know, what?
A headless man, wearing a foul
Oh, hey,
tracksuit,
yeah, it's my
riding a horse.
figurine.
That's right. It's the Headless Faun Rider, rumored to be searching for his legendary faun cap that went missing when he lost his head.
I thought the rider rode a bull.
I thought that he rode a headless pig.
Well, there are many versions of this story, the most peculiar of which has the Headless Faun Rider riding on the back of another headless man.
That's super spooky.
Yes.
Yes.
Gertrude
Oh,
Head
shoot, I
may
skipped
have
text
been the
back then.
first to witness the Headless Faun Rider, but she wasn't the last.
She had to endure years of psychotherapy before she was able to look at a horse or a tracksuit again. And she's one of the lucky ones.
Tell him about the two feminists by the locks.
Fuck, Rosemary, they were dating. No one said they were feminists. Everyone always misremembering this stuff.
This wouldn't be the De Ponte Delgado case, would it?
What? You know it?
I've read the case file. But please, go on.
Right. Early autumn of 46. Ula de Ponte and Eva Delgado are fishing near the waterlock long after the sun has set. The wind picks up. A sky already dark now blackens. Water starts falling from above. The first cold rain of the season.
Two women stand on a small outcropping of rocks. One of them is wearing a purple raincoat. Thin lines reach out from the rods into the sea. Small droplets start appearing on the surface with increasing frequency.
The women are caught in the downpour.
Shivers is such a cool
They act
skill.
quickly. Eva gathers the rods whilst Ula turns around to reach for the tackle box.
Don't turn around. Don't turn around.
When she sees something, her shriek is so violent that the residents of the nearby apartment building believe lightning has struck. But there is no lightning. Only a heavy downpour and the silhouette of the Headless Faun Rider looming on the horizon. Ula makes a run for the shore.
You're just talking about the
but
statue?
Eva slips on a wet rock and disappears into the cold, cold canal with nary a sound. Her body is never recovered.
What did the case file say?
Naturally, Ula de Ponte became the prime suspect in the disappearance of Eva Delgado. De Ponte maintained that it was the so-called Headless Faun Rider and that she ran, fearing for her life. During the investigation, it became apparent that there was a love triangle, the third party being some small-time businessman. I don't remember the exact details. The leading theory was that an argument broke out on the jetty and De Ponte pushed Delgado into the canal, then cooked up this stupid cover story.
I love Kim. Like, it's a rare character that exists that is, like, exasperated, patient, supportive, all at the same time. Positive, not cynical.
No. She committed suicide before she could be taken into custody. They found her in the bathroom with a rifle.
But also serious.
Her face slowly peeling off the ceiling. Not a pretty scene.
Man, that's some grisly detail. Oh well. Here's to another case closed. Anyway, that's the story of the Headless Faun Rider.
Yeah, he's
Pretty
reluctantly
crazy, huh?
excited sometimes, too. Who was the Headless Rider before he died?
Well, Tequila, that's part of the legend. No one knows for sure. There are a couple of possibilities, though. Some say he was an undercover cop who blew his cover and got beheaded by the vicious gang he had infiltrated. Now he rides, searching for his lost found cap, plotting revenge.
O headless brother, where art thou?
Others claim he was a professional jockey who veered off course during a steeplechase, ended up in somebody's backyard, and got decapitated by an exceptionally taut clothesline. Personally, I think he was just some guy who hanged himself from a really tall tree, and the fall was so violent that his head came clean off. Coincidentally, at that exact moment, a horse happened to pass under him, and his beheaded corpse mounted it, where it remains to this day. But then, no one really knows.
Or maybe not, who knows? And that, as they say, is that.
For some reason, this does strike you as the most plausible theory of them all.
Your theory sounds the most plausible.
Isn't it? All the pieces fit together perfectly. That's how I know it's right. Anyway, to each his own. You want to hear any other stories?
Seen some weird shit on this case. A headless jockey in a tracksuit fits right
Hard
in.
to argue with that, I suppose.
That's the reality situation for you. You think you got a handle on it, then blam! It throws some wild shit at you. That's why it's critical to stay well hydrated.
Got an even crazier story.
Yeah? Why don't you go eat shit, Tequila? There's no way you know a better one than that. Damn right it doesn't. So why don't you just shut up and leave it to the master?
What became of the rider?
No one knows. Some say he stalks Martinez to this day and can be seen near the canal when the clock strikes midnight.
He won't, though, because it's just a stupid legend.
Aye, I saw him one night when I was right shit-faced.
He breathes in
Are you shut the fuck?
the street in the
Our hero, what she a headless rumored to be searching. Yeah, Gertrude Het may have been.
Sorry,
the
I'm trying to
first
just clear the text here.
What?
I read.
Right, the wind.
Two women.
The women are.
Don't turn around.
When she.
Fortunately, I don't think it's causing time to progress
Yeah.
again.
Word on the street is gave her.
That part, at least more or less, corresponds to the case file.
See? Anyway, that no one.
He won't, though.
Aye, I saw him one night when I was right shit-faced.
Any more urban
I
myths?
actually do have one. The strangest of them all. But I'll need to fortify myself before I can tell that one. Do you have anything to fortify old Doom Spiral? Tell me you got some story juice.
Still don't have any on me right
If
now.
you find any, I'd be extremely grateful. You too,
That's fair.
Tequila Sunset.
All right, thought time. Oops.
The precarious world. How not to lose. It is impossible not to. The world is balanced on the edge of a knife. It's a game of frayed nerves. You're pushed on by numbers and punitive measures, pain, rejection, and unpaid bills. You can either play, or you can crawl under a boat and waste away. Turn into salt, or a flock of seagulls. Your enemies would love that. Or you can fight. The only way to load the dice is to keep on fighting.
I'm not sure I follow. Like, critical success and failure thresholds lowered by 1. Does that mean I can no longer critically fail and I can get a critical success on a 5-6 instead of a 6-6? Or is it I'm more likely to critically fail and critically succeed now?
The legend returns. You know the dance. Smokable smokes, pissable pilsner. Drink it, then convert it to piss. And there's spirits and speed too.
What does the spirits cost? 300 real.
See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture.
No one can buy spirits for 300 real. That's crazy.
You know what's crazy, actually?
He's finding it difficult to focus his watery gaze.
What?
Keep him talking.
What did you think was crazy earlier?
This guy.
Might Google it here in a second.
Oh, this is medicinal spirits. The good stuff. Got it from the doctor's office. I got one of those scientific ampoules a few months ago. Torpedo, they call it. It's supposed to keep a man from taking a drink.
So I was right that 11 and 12 are crit successes. Snake Eyes is still a crit fail. Okay. Interesting. So what's the whole thing with lowering the threshold for crit fails? Does that even mean anything?
Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good to go.
Good tip. I should remember that.
It really isn't. In a week, the goddamn kidneys started giving me all kinds of help. Finally, the missus took me to a private doctor's office. Not a charity, the real thing. Those arseholes,
Those arseholes charged me 4 real to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all.
3 is now also a crit fail.
But the idiots left me alone in there. Now, I used to teach high school biology. I know what doctors use to preserve dead things. It's like 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the back room. Threw the snakes out and voila! What's left is this beautiful blue stuff. 98.7% almost pure alcohol. 2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for 3 real, if you want it.
3?
Don't say it.
$3 real and it's yours, friend. The deal of a lifetime.
Well done. You got it. That's a much more reasonable price right there. Makes sense now.
Here's the money for the spirits.
Just make sure to enjoy that one, friend.
Quite the business venture you've set up here.
The system's been good to old Rosemary here, and I'm milking her like a bitch goat in the backyard. You see, friend, man makes his own luck, and I made mine real good.
Very high concept
Got
price.
my hands on 3 bottles of liquor ex-squeeze, sold 2 to the fellows around here, and immediately invested the profit. Bought cigarettes, bought beer, even bought a bit of speed. And look at me now, I've got everyone on my hook.
Impressive entrepreneurship.
Hook 'em and cook 'em, huh? You want to buy something? Let's keep it moving.
May have been bugged and maybe still is. Interesting. Blue medicinal spirits. 98.7% pure alcohol. I think I ended up accidentally doing the Everard Claire quest straight instead of doing the forgery thing. Where's the mailbox they were talking about, or can it just be any mailbox? Trying to do stuff while there's still, before people go to sleep. I don't want to give the blue spirits to Doom Spiral just yet, in case he's got a long story that'll progress a ton of time. Oh. I give that to, what's his name? Oh, he's humming the theme.
Hello, mister.
The one I'm friends with. Okay, they mean that one mailbox.
She clutches a small stuffed animal. Occasionally, she twirls it around.
Girl here with armored gloves, is that you?
Oh, I had gloves. Very big ones. Heavy, too.
Where did you get these gloves?
Found them when Lemmy and I were playing hide and seek. In an empty house. Where no one lives. I think someone hid them there.
She doesn't want you to think she stole them.
I hid
Where are the
them.
gloves now?
The twins were going to take them. They're stupid.
We're going to need those gloves. It's for important police business.
Oh. They're in my sandcastle. Behind our house. Under sand. You can break the castle. It's not very good.
What's up with this bird?
It's a grouse.
You might be able to get on Gart's good side if you replace the
I thought about doing
squirrel
that,
you
yeah.
certainly broke.
I know someone who really likes stuffed birds.
Sure. I mean, you already took it. I don't like it anyway. It looks angry.
That's fair. What's that thing you're
It's
holding?
Lammy. He's my friend. Sort of. Like...
My cat is killing a spider. Good job, Ben, I guess.
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that, admittedly, has seen better days. One of the eye buttons is missing, and the fur is tattered in several parts.
Lambie looks soft.
Yes. Very soft.
I don't deserve it. I'm scum.
Press your damn cheek against Lammy, okay?
Oh, poor Kim.
Isn't he soft?
Healed morale. Where are your
Mom's
parents?
outside. And I don't really know about my dad. Bye!
Weather has not been kind to Lily's little sandcastle. The once mighty towers are quickly eroding away. You can see something shining back to you from what must have been a vast underground catacomb network.
Broken.
The little castle? The reigning lord must have come upon some really tough times to let it sleep in such decrepitude.
The walls and floors give way to the giant's greed, collapse and present you with a pair of ceramic gauntlets.
Congratulations. That's the gauntlets down then. We're doing good on the armor collection front.
Oh, it didn't occur to me that I could equip them. I guess that makes sense. Interfacing +2. Nice. Strictly better than my gardening gloves, too.
As you fold your fingers into a fist, you realize you could knock anyone out with one punch. The white ceramic gloves wrap around your digits comfortably. Your movements cause tiny little clicks, like dice rolling somewhere far away, as the plates reorient to your motions.
I will be responsible with this. This is just to protect me from harm, not to show off. Decked out in future armor, like a cop ought to be.
The hardened vitreous enamel, at once sleek and voluptuous, adds a glow to your cheeks and a spring to your step. Just imagine what a full suit of this stuff could do for you.
I can't just enjoy it, I must study it.
This is a highly specialized kinetic redistributor meant to stop bullets. Wear it. Observe its properties. See if there's a weakness in the design.
Let's see. Fairweather T500. Beating yourself while wearing it? Shooting yourself? Who's the artist they got for the thoughts? Like, it's all part of like a single painting, right? It looks like. They have an actual art degree. Wait Morning is one that I could probably get away with dropping at some point. Can I find the cryptozoologists? Or the cryptozoologist, I guess.
Hi, officer. Anything I can help you with?
Where are we?
A fishing village on the seashore. This place doesn't really have a name. It's sometimes called Elysium. The sign on the street leading here is illegible. Has been since they built this place.
Oh wow, that's crazy. What's your name?
The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions, and that was actually the second one.
Indeed, you're always confused as to your whereabouts.
Nice sword. Does it come with a story?
Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks mostly.
It is imposing.
It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shovel or an axe. Nothing fancy, just for intimidation.
What do you need intimidation
From time
tactics?
to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson in manners from time to time.
Typical patriarchal nonsense.
Sure. Venomosity. But boys will be boys, and God knows we don't have many around. So far, the sword has been enough to keep them in line.
Can I borrow it?
No, I'm afraid not. Tempting to confiscate the blade I used to keep these animals in check. You would put me in an early grave. What makes you think we haven't? The truth is that almost everyone in this life is scared and tired and stupid and too dull for that. That goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone
Behold.
falls for that.
Point to the expression. Do you like it?
Sure. It looks as if you could face down any horror in the world with that same unchanging grin. It's like a shield.
The traces of her laughter are still there, in her eyes, fading fast.
Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. And one of them, I ended up marrying.
Where's your husband now?
The harbour seawall endures the wash of the freezing waves. Many things wash up against it and onto the beaches of Revachol. Some inanimate, some just no longer alive. You shudder.
Gone where?
To the waves. The sea took him. It was a long time ago.
Say no more.
He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk like a skunk, and sure enough, one day the boat was found floating empty. The bloated corpse turned up 2 weeks later. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so much mourning you can do for a drunk with sinewy muscles.
Death is nothing. I shit on death. Time really is the best cure for sorrow, isn't it?
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with melancholy. I buried him, mourned for an appropriate amount of time, and went on. Life didn't really change that much for me and the kids.
This is neither a touchy nor a very interesting topic for her.
Kim's present makes it awkward. Don't know a good spot yet. Explore the coast.
Let's see. Who are you looking for?
Missing cryptozoologists.
I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate?
People who look for animals mainstream scientists deny exist. Look for imaginary
Aha!
animals.
Like snowmen.
Snowmen?
2 old guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like.
The like?
Right. Not only snowmen, also green men, monkey men, burning rhinos. You get the picture.
Oh, you're getting it. And it is gorgeous.
Hey.
Don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen? Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
Let me see if I can get them real quick before time runs out. I can't really tell in this game whether when characters say north or west that they're actually talking about, like, if north is up, basically. I never came up here before. Cool. Chain trails off into the ocean. Interesting. Yeah, no compass on the minimap. I assume up is north, though. Seen this in games before where, like, especially in these kinds of CRPGs, like, most Bioware games have this problem where you can tell that it was written before the maps were created, so people will describe things, they don't quite match up with what it actually looks like in the game world. They generally do a pretty good job of it, like referring to the statue in the, like, white polo shirt. What's polo anyway? No, really, what the hell is polo? What kind of man would even wear a polo shirt? There's this company that makes gaming polo shirts. I have like 7 or 8 of them from PAX. I sell them at the Fangamer booth. Because I used to wear them when I would work at Chase. A cool little, like, embroidered Triforce or Mario in a Karibo shoe or whatever. I hate them, yeah. I haven't worn a polo shirt in a long time. Ladder's too rusty to climb. Oh, a different tie. Wow. +1 shivers. Allergies. Delude yourself that spring has arrived. Really, it doesn't talk if you don't have it equipped? Okay, I didn't realize that. Is it the only piece of gear that triggers that kind of thing? Get your drama kid bow tie.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while. You see a handle.
What is this thing anyway?
It's military. A service depot of some sort. Probably something that is no longer there.
I'll get to see how we do the strong druggy playthrough. It seems like it has good synergy with a druggy playthrough anyway. Possible interfacing check. I put a lot of points in interfacing. I still have no idea where cryptozoologist is. I think I checked everything that was arguably north. Oh, hey. Okay, so that's... I have a thought that lets me see that poster, which I guess since it counts as an orb, gets me +1 XP. If you check the crypto suit.
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like this for 40 years.
Where's the inside?
Dripping water falls from a high place. All you can see is the shadow of a collapsing staircase.
You make out what's inside?
No. I won't even try. You know, I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad.
This partner of his, Eyes, things didn't end well. It saddens him to say his name. Don't even ask. He wouldn't answer. Maybe some other small talk.
You still shoot
Well
them?
enough, actually. It's odd how that works. I'm no sharpshooter, but I passed my shooting courses 7 out of 10.
You see a once bright mural towering above you. The signage has peeled off over the years, but you can still make out Feld Electrical R&D.
Oh, Herm, I just saw your thing about turn off the flashlight, calculate where north is using time of day and shadows.
Used to intertwine with.
Well, that might be them. I bet that's them. They are usually kind of frustrating to me, unless if it's like XCOM where something interesting is happening. Not because I dislike the games, but like they're difficult to stream because it's a lot of the same basic rote actions over and over. If you were a viewer and you tuned into a random hour out of 40 hours of Final Fantasy Tactics or Tactics Ogre, it's going to look almost identical, right? So the game doesn't provide me a lot of material to comment on. I still like them, though. I was really into Final Fantasy Tactics before I started streaming. And I'm excited to do Final Fantasy Tactics Advance because that does some different things.
Here we go.
Extra zoom paying
and
off.
easy. No way out, little guys.
You can't see
Not
up there
out of
otherwise.
this gem.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging
Cool, I picked it
some
up.
netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
Yeah, it depends. Like, if you think of the totality of the game and, like, how much it changes from battle to battle, like, XCOM is interesting because of how, like, lethal it is. So even though typical missions are pretty similar, they kind of give you new units regularly and interesting, unique challenges.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
Crypto-fascist?
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it.
Must be moral.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your appearance.
Lena sent me.
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881.
Withhold the whole story. I broke the lock.
You broke the water lock with a motor carriage? There was a billboard in the canal. Not a vehicle. It said Samaran Butter.
I'm sorry.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we're going.
His hands are large and weather-worn, but also used to delicate, precise work. For all his passion, this man is diligent and patient. You can
Oh,
learn
jeez.
things from him.
Pressed the D-pad by accident. I guess I needed it. Although I'm probably going to sleep soon, so it was a waste. Although at the same time, like, assuming that the Frita has infinite stock, I can probably just buy as much Nosafet as I want, because, like, a single encyclopedia check pays for 2 of them. Whatever, it's fine. Lena seems pretty eager for you to return.
And I'm eager to return to her, I assure you. But I can't leave before we finish with these traps. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
Come on, Morale. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not. I won't let Lena down.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
Won't let Lena down? Sounds like the cryptozoologist's wife shares a special connection to the phasmid somehow.
You know, the phasmid was so important to Lena.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting, on record. One of only 4 this century, and it's hers. Yes, That's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story to tell, not mine.
Needless to say, you must ask her about the mysterious phasmid.
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. I can't abandon course now.
Back to the whirling warm-up, come back to check the traps later?
No, no, no. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the phasmid were to starve while we were sipping tea at the hostel?
He's dead set on this. I could go for some trap setting.
We check the traps for
I
you.
didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer.
Your zoology and detective work are very similar. Chaos is my method. I am its scion.
Well, be that as it may, I'd really appreciate the help.
What do I do if there's a phasmid in the
Bring it
traps?
to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight.
He's not comfortable with the possibility that you'll claim the find, but he's lying about this even to himself.
Where are the traps?
There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses there. It's very near. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old radio tower, after the church. The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them, you should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality, but still, better safe and stupid than sorry.
Let me write these down. Hold on. South Peninsula, 5 boathouses. Nearby, Land's End, northeast, on the way to radio tower. The church, near canal, concrete slab, thicket of reeds. Oh yeah, we had a thing about that earlier. Last one is near where they were.
That seems like a lot. Do we really have time for this extracurricular venture?
Pursuit of knowledge is its own justification.
Is it?
If you think it's important, you have been right before.
If I encounter the phasmid in the wild.
That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, I'll spray you with a pheromone mixture I developed. It's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Will last you about a week.
Lay it on me thick.
This is the smell of dying reeds, of longing crumbling into the water.
I hope you're not buying this. It dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I expect you to understand self-financing one's own research.
Right.
Let's get to
Which
it.
means you two can pack up and go back to the whirling.
Whatever he thinks about this detour, it's clear that these men are exhausted and in need of assistance.
Finally, someone's talking sense.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more questions, now's the time to ask. We'll be gone once you get to it.
If it's more cryptid-related business you want to discuss, you'll have time for that later too.
Thanks,
But
Frederick.
what if the information is vital? On the hunt.
What about this phasmid you're looking for?
Which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it.
How big is it?
I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodea zoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm. So,
Makes it so difficult to
good
find.
question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter.
In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there? And I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques to protect itself from predators or scientists in our present case.
I think my shivers check earlier gave away where it was. I just gotta remember where that was on the map.
It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defences that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex. But I cannot describe how these defences work, much less how they evolved, without studying a live specimen.
Yes,
fair.
It makes perfect sense. You're beginning to suspect there's something paranatural about this phasmid.
Why are you so interested in the stick bug?
Typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them credit for. Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of of any cryptozoologist's career. But to study it and its defences, find out how it stayed hidden so long.
What have you discovered so far?
Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts. Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
I know it's real.
It's clear that his obsession with the phasmid is driven by something more than the pure pursuit of scientific advancement.
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian
Namely his
phasmid
wife's.
is more than mere superstition.
Lane said there's a sighting of it here.
The most recent sighting was by a couple of teenagers along the coast here. That's what brought us to Martinez specifically. It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore.
Maybe the phasmid has died out?
I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis.
He means asexual reproduction. The females of the species don't need to mate to produce viable eggs. This makes it easier for a species with a small population to survive.
Nature does not concern herself with ethical propositions. As a scientist, my interest is strictly dispassionate.
Tell me more about the traps.
Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick.
Lena designed them, he says with some pride. How do they work?
Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel and, having eaten its fill, can get back out. At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use anything that might damage the specimen's delicate exoskeleton.
What are you using as bait?
Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course. But we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering swarm. A meat-eating stick insect? Does it pretend to be the reeds as part of its ambush behavior? This seems unlikely.
Carnivorous stick insect? That seems unlikely.
Thank you for your opinion. We have also included plant material in the traps to satiate your skepticism.
What do you do if the traps don't work?
They'll work, I assure you. The predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams, which use plants. We have given this some thought.
The traps do seem to be deftly and thoughtfully constructed. It's clear the cryptozoologist's wife knows what she's doing.
Yes. What?
Let's get on it now, then. So I'm going to try to go to the one that I remember. The concrete Concrete slab. I feel like I need to talk to more people too. Been neglecting my talking duty. There's a trap.
There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one you saw Morel set before. Same mesh, same wiring. The reeds bend forlornly toward the water. Some tufts have been crushed. Broken stalks, sickly pale against the darkness. In the east, the city center hums to you. The constant, distant song, louder on this part of the coast, nearer somehow. And there's that cold again. Always the cold. Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused but uneaten. You see no carnivorous reed phasmid gorging on them.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go.
Great, I'm not expecting to find anything. Grins mirthlessly.
I meant no offense, just...
Nylon and ozone. That must be the one by the slab they're talking about. I'm trying to remember where the one that I found before. Thicket of reeds. I was like running around before and it popped up suddenly and was like, hey. Maybe it was right there before that crossing. South Peninsula with the boathouses nearby. And there's the one up here. Past the church but before the radio tower.
A familiar apparatus lies among the reeds. Another one of Morel's traps, weighed down by stones to keep it in place. The reeds shake sadly in the coastal breeze, weighed down by rain. They seem to be waiting for something. The wind picks up here, near the Cape's end, surrounding the narrow strip of land from 3 cardinal directions. It's cold for this time of year. This trap is also full of panicked locusts. No sign of any cryptozoological beast inside.
Another empty trap.
Are you enjoying the cardio? I'm enjoying it myself.
Always up for a good jog. Otherwise, would I still be on this case with you?
Aw. So there's, if you've never watched Twin Peaks before, there's a scene that you can still watch because it's great without any context. If you Google Twin Peaks Michael Cera scene, it's probably enough to get it. I bring it up because Sheriff Truman in that scene reminds me of Kim with the like exasperated positive patience. Like I haven't seen too many other characters that embody that in video games. It's a great Michael Cera scene, too, for what it's worth. Right, I don't know where this last one is. South Peninsula with the boathouses nearby, maybe? Oh, you try to target something from afar like that, they'll like will only ever walk instead of run. Oh, here it is.
This trap's not too hard to spot, once you know what to look for. Keeping it hidden has not been a priority for the cryptozoologist. Behind you, a ruined residential building looms over the reeds, shielding them from the wind. They rustle confidently, in tune with the pitter-patter of the rain.
Confidentially.
When this district was booming, the reeds were kept at bay. Nothing obscured the freshly painted facades. Nowhere for drunks and adventurous teenagers to hide. Now only the wind blows. Nothing but locusts in this trap as well. Definitely no cryptozoological monstrosity.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done.
One more time, I must stress that I did not expect a cryptozoological monstrosity to be in that trap. Getting tired?
Oh, no, I'm fine. I didn't mean to complain, it's just...
Now let's do the last one. About a time here, I'm just gonna check this last trap.
This is the last of the traps. The one Morel just set. Checking it over, he said, is just a technicality. The reeds by the abandoned campsite hiss and shake in the lazily falling rain. It's good the cryptozoologists left. This isn't a very cozy place to stay night after night. The later it gets, the colder. Remnants of the camp can still be seen in the sand. The fire that's gone out. You feel strange, somehow. The trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. Something is different here.
Closer.
No locust, no phasmid either, but still.
Immediately yell. Closer
Well,
still.
The bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there, I just see an empty trap.
The netting is a little untidy, messier than the others. Like someone or something picked the trap up and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
Feeling someone or something may have messed with the trap.
Perhaps our cryptozoologists have competition in the form of an actual entomologist, or someone else is sabotaging them. I could present more theories, but then I would be taking this on as a case, which I'm not.
You're right, but they still need to know.
But after that, we get back to our own assignments. There is no justification for this detour at this point of our investigation. We have a lot of work to do back in town.
Fair. All right, that's about time. Future Marstead, here's the deal. You've got a little bit of time left to maybe talk to some NPCs here before the time clicks over. You are sitting on 3 skill points, so you can probably look at your skill map and put some points in something to try to reattempt some checks. Maybe the empathy one with a cell. Maxed out on thoughts at the moment, but maybe if one comes up, White Warning is one that's potentially worth dumping, although the zoom out's kind of nice. You need to save 20 real for tomorrow. However, there was a thing, it was either a loading screen thing or it was something that Gart said that seemed to suggest that you can get your own room at some point. And if you're going to get it, I assume it's in this area that just opened up. So maybe ask chat for some guidance around that before you spend the 20 real tomorrow. Thanks, folks. I'll let you guys know what's coming up here.